Live on YouTube right now. And hey, everybody, we are live on YouTube once again as we are kicking off another night of Spaced Out Radio. We are about 6 minutes away from our next show joining us. Starting, I should say. Sean Esbjorn-Hargens is our guest tonight, Ph.D. after his name. Yes, Ph.D. I'll never get there. I will never get there. But we want to say thank you to everybody who's coming in early here to join us. Waylon, how you doing, brother? Good to have you back. Slim, always a pleasure to have you here. Bee's Nest, always thank you. I appreciate it. The show can officially start. You know that when Brett Lewis is in the chat room. Hey, Devin, good to see you. Bigfoot, Michigan, Rob, and everybody at Scoreboard. Shh. We know you're hiding there. Shawnee Mack, welcome to our chat room for the first time. Thank you so much for joining us. Worsley, always a pleasure, man. Thank you for coming on in. Who else we got here so far? We got Dark Hour Paranormal. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Kay Kaylee, thank you for coming on in. You're looking stunning tonight, as per usual. YTFP Chris, thanks for coming back on in. Appreciate you. Spookles the Cat, much love to you, sister. Thank you so much. I hope your packing is going well. Derek Edwards, everyone. Yes, Derek Edwards is here. Greco, how's the baklava? Lufon, good to see you here. Hi, Jenny. You're looking beautiful tonight. Admiral Nelson, thank you for coming back in. Stu Gerson, you know what that means, buddy. I love you. Thank you. Gary the Spudger. Never mess with a spudger in this world, man. It's always dangerous. We got Betty Spaghetti looking fantastic tonight. Also looking just stunning and gorgeous. We have Manitoba Becky. Yes, Manitoba Becky has arrived. Brian Lang, good to see you here. Always a pleasure. Penny, welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see. And our guest tonight, Sean Esbjorn-Hargens, is here. Hi, Jules. You're looking beautiful. And we are going to talk some UFOs tonight on a scientific level. Yes, I'm going out of my realm tonight. Going out of my realm, and I'm going to get schooled. I think all of you are going to get schooled by a brilliant man who has been studying this target of information. Sean, how you doing, man?
Good. Great to be here, Dave. Excited for the night.
Me too. And I'm looking forward to this because, you know, Sean, we'll get into it more in the show, but there's very few real scientists who are covering this field. You're one of them, and I look forward so much to drilling you on some questions that need to come from an understanding, because the one thing I love about you, man, is you study UFOs, you're doing all this work, but you're not really a part of the field. You're kind of like an independent. And that feels good, man. That feels real good. Yeah. And I can't say any more because I got to save it for the show here, which starts at about 2.5 minutes. But I'm excited. I'm very excited. Thank you for doing this, man.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear as well, Dave. And yeah, I think we're going to have a really juicy conversation. So looking forward to diving in.
Beauty. Let's give a shout out to other people who've just come in. John Sports Cards, good to see you here. Davin in Vietnam, thank you for coming on in, man. I love it when people from across the world show on up. Tammy Jackson, you're looking stunning tonight. Appreciate you. Bart L in the Third Nipple Crew, thank you for coming on in. Always appreciate your lovely snark. Yes, and the gap between your teeth, too. All right, Larry, good to have you here. A pleasure. Anthony, welcome. Good morning. And I know you're in the UK. Cable Guy Matt, everybody. You know what that means. You know what that means. You could get your free piece of coaxial cable autographed by Cable Guy Matt. You cannot buy these in stores. Limit 2 per household now. He's bumped it up. He's only got about 14,000 pieces of coax left. Bill WD-40 is going to be coming on in here any second. He's going to grease up and lube us up for the show. Frap Sap, good to have you here. And thank you, Barther. I know where this is going now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mere Person, good to have you here. Triple M, thanks for coming on in. There's Bill WD-40 showing on up. We love you, Bill. And we're about 30 seconds away from kicking things off here tonight. We're going to have a great show. Yes, Sean Esbjorn-Hargens. We're talking science and UFOs all night long. Yeah, no ties to TTSA, no ties to MUFON, no ties to the government. Well, we don't know that yet because I haven't asked him that question. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out here. All right, let's kick things off. Super Chat is open. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Hit that bell thingy. Do a little shopping on our website at spacedoutradio.com. And, of course, join our Space Travelers Club for $5 a month. Pastor Will, good to have you here. Tina, you're looking beautiful tonight. Yeah, we're going to have a hell of a show. Music is on. Hey, Kevin, good to have you here. All right, let's get this thing going. Peter Venkman, good to see you. Here we go, everyone. Let's kick some ass tonight. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Now, if you want to take a listen to our archives, we have them free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's XOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Sean Esbjorn-Hargens, Ph.D., has spent his life developing a lot of approaches into the field of ecology, animal consciousness, mixed methods research, integral psychology, philosophy of science, holistic education, and new post-capitalist models of measuring social impact. For the last couple of years, he has been applying everything he has learned over the last 30 in these contexts to developing this new field called exo-studies. Sean is very passionate about using integral methods to expand our understanding about the big mysterious universe we live in. Thus, exo-studies is committed to producing new metaviews of what it means to be a living in a multidimensional multiverse. Then at the bottom of hour number 3, I will bring you the SOR Newswire, brought to you by Paranormal magazine. Sean Esbjorn-Hargens, welcome to Spaced Out Radio for the first time. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Dave. I'm a big admirer of your show. It's really great to be here tonight.
I got to ask you, you're a scientist looking into this strange phenomena called UFOs, yet you have no ties to any group. You're not part of MUFON. You're not part of, that I know of. You're not part of the To the Stars Academy that I know of. I don't think you're a government agent or spy in any way. You are an anomalous man when it comes to the independence of UFO study. There are not a lot of people like you in this field, my friend.
Yeah, it's true. And part of it is because I really love to take metaviews. And when you take metaviews of something, you're trying to look at, topics such as UFOs and UFO experiences from all the different vantage points that you can come across. And so pretty much everybody hates you from all those different groups because somehow they think they have, the view on things, and you're trying to show that, well, yeah, they have a part of the truth, but there's a lot of other things to consider. So you kind of know you're doing your work right as a, integral thinker and a person generating metaviews when, pretty much everyone in all those kinds of groups is somewhat disgruntled with you.
It's like being the most hated man, in a hockey game, man. In hockey, we called people like you rats. That go around sticking everybody, giving cheap shots and upsetting everything. And then all of a sudden, as soon as everybody wants to fight you, you skate off the ice because your shift is over. I see where you're going with this, man. Yeah. I see where you're going, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a fair analogy, though I do try and do it with love. But you're right. It can get a little messy on the field.
Absolutely. Sean, what made you have an interest in UFOs? Did you have a sighting? Did you have an experience? Or was this something that, being a science geek, you always kind of were looking to the stars?
Yeah, it's always a great place to start because I think our personal experiences in relationship to this phenomenon is really important. And I think part of what makes this moment exciting, 2020 is more and more people who have a scientific interest in these topics are coming out with their own personal experiences. And I think we have to weave those together. And, so for me, as many young kids, I was always interested in the paranormal and UFOs. And, I did a lot of reading when I was young. But, I was mostly interested in nature and environmental studies. And so I did a lot of work around environmental philosophy. And then, I was in Arizona and I was in a bookstore and I saw Whitley Strieber's classic, Communion book. And it was the first edition. It was just like in this thrift store. And I was like, oh, great, I'm going to pick this up. I read that and I got really engaged. I kind of burned through most of his writings, over the course of a few months and read a bunch of other stuff and then kind of moved on, for a few years. And my own personal spiritual practice, I was a practicing Tibetan Buddhist and also working in a tradition called the Diamond Approach. And when my first daughter was born, I basically couldn't continue in a formal way of going to the retreats and doing a lot of the practices that my wife and I were doing in those traditions. And so there's kind of like this existential void, if you will, kind of like this spiritual gap. And because the traditions I had been working with on a regular basis, like it just wasn't working with being a new parent, like the late nights, the early mornings, and so in that space, I started noticing a real desire to begin working in the tradition of nature spirits and elemental beings and intelligences of the subtle realms that we associate with the natural world. And so I started engaging that path of practice and having experiences and encounters in that space with non-human intelligences. And this was, exciting. It was also challenging because, I couldn't really talk much about that with my friends and colleagues and, because, there's so much taboo around these issues, as you and your listeners know. And it was almost as if the more I went into kind of the inner earth, if you will, the more I kept popping out and having these more galactic-like experiences. And this was initially very confusing to me. And I was like, what's going on here? Because, when you're working with groups that tend to work with the intelligences of the natural world, they often don't want anything to do with the UFO folks and the alien folks. And when you're talking with and working with the folks and the UFOs and the abductees and experiencers, they don't really want much to do with the people who work with fairy beings and nature spirits. And so it was very challenging to kind of be in two worlds. And this is kind of my point about being kind of a meta-integral person, where I'm trying to integrate across multiple domains of practice and knowledge acquisition, scientific investigation. And, because everyone has their own kind of specific language and protocols and ways of doing things. And, it's like there are always these just kind of different tribes. And whenever you try and cross the boundaries of those communities of practice, there's usually some kickback in one form or another. And then I picked up a book called Meet the Hybrids by Barbara Lamb and Miguel Mendancio. And there were several experiencers in that book who described working with and having experiences with both what we might call the elementals and the galactics. And for me, that was a big revelation, because all of a sudden I could see how I could bring together my experiences with both types of realities, both types of beings. And it started to kind of point a path forward. So, I've had I wouldn't consider myself an experiencer in the kind of classic sense. I would consider myself more a micro experiencer, in that I've had enough weird experiences, enough paranormal experiences, enough kind of contact experiences that just keep reminding me that the world is a big, mysterious place. And so that, combined with my, doctoral training in philosophy of science, and like, what does it mean to make a truth claim? What does it mean to investigate a phenomenon and verify it? like that really kind of, I wanted to bring that together. And so I'm really interested in developing what I call an integrative meta-science of UFOs and the paranormal. Because if you look at something like Skinwalker Ranch as just a case study or a point of reference where, you know, Robert Bigelow and his team there, they had the best equipment, they had the, you know, unlimited funding in effect, they had really well-trained scientists, and they went at it for a decade. And they really were left with nothing that really would count as scientific in terms of their data and their conclusions and their results. And so this phenomenon eludes that in very important ways. And so I'm very curious about, like, how do we need to upgrade our scientific approaches to these exo-phenomenon, you know, UFOs, paranormal, anomalous, Fortean, you know, cryptid, Sasquatch, like the full range of weirdness. How do we need to upgrade our scientific efforts so we can say something meaningfully about these phenomena from a scientific vantage point, but at the same time anchoring it in the real experiences that people have with these phenomena and with these different types of intelligences? So that's kind of been my journey and my path, just to, you know, kind of condense it there for you and your listeners.
Well, you know, there's so many different angles that we need to go down. You know, your education, did you base your educational studies on trying to, you know, thinking it may be in the back of your mind that this was going to be a field of interest that you wanted to take a look at? Or did it even cross your mind at that time while you were going to school?
Yeah, great question. It did not cross my mind in that sense. You know, I focused my dissertation on developing an integrative approach to environmental thinking and ecological science. And so I took an integral approach, this kind of meta approach that I've been mentioning, and I identified the 200 different schools of environmental thinking and ecology that exist, right? So there's 80 different schools of ecology. And, you know, so there's like population ecology, community ecology, behavioral ecology, evolutionary ecology, ecological ecology, and so forth. And each of these approaches to ecology have their own PhD programs, their own academic journals, their own conferences. And then there's a bunch of schools of environmental thinking, ecopsychology, deep ecology, social ecology, and so forth. And same thing, you know, they have their own programs, they have their own conferences, they have their own journals. And I really was asking, how is it we have all these approaches to nature and ecology and the natural world, and most of them really don't know about each other? And it seems like if we're trying to save the planet or figure out what we need to do to live in right relationship to the planet, why are these different schools of ecological thinking and practice not talking to each other? Why are they not coordinating and sharing notes? And because it seems like each of them has some wisdom about what needs to happen, and each of them have important analytical approaches to the problem, and they've discovered new layers of, you know, why things are happening and what could be done different. So, like, how do we harvest the pearls of wisdom from all of those different schools? So in this sense, you know, I feel like my kind of philosophy of science training of developing an integrative approach to, you know, ecology and environmental thinking really kind of laid the foundation for the work I'm doing now around UFOs and the paranormal. You know, there were some places, and, you know, I wrote a book with my co-author, Michael Zimmerman, who's an environmental philosopher. It's called Integral Ecology. And it's about 850 pages in length. So it's a really big, fat book. Came out in 2009. And, you know, there are places in that book where I do, you know, have footnotes, or I make mention of non-ordinary states and, you know, paranormal realities. And so those kinds of phenomena have always been part of my life and, you know, on my mind and part of my scholarship. You know, it wasn't a major focus in that phase of my education. But I think like I said, I think it laid the groundwork for me really kind of jumping off the deep end and bringing the skills that I cultivated in that context to really tackling this issue. Because for me, the issue of UFOs and the paranormal is really a question of, like, what's up with reality? I just can't think of a more exciting topic to be focusing on with my energy and my passion, because I really want to understand reality better. I want to expand our sense of the mystery and what's possible. And I think there's a role for scientific analysis and investigation, but I also feel like that's just part of the picture, right? You know, we really have to bring other modes of knowing, other ways of meaning making and sense making to bear on the phenomenon, because the phenomenon is so multifaceted that a strictly scientific approach is ultimately going to come up short, even though I think there's important things that has to contribute to, you know, our knowledge quest.
Well, I got to ask you this, and normally I don't take questions in the first hour from our audience, but this one from Joey in our chat room in the Space Travelers Club on our website is kind of important. He asks, why look at this from a scientific standpoint when the ancient ways always sufficed for answers?
Yeah, it's a great question. And, you know, we would have to understand more of like the specific ancient ways that Joey has in mind, but it's true. There's so much wisdom in our ancient traditions and ways of understanding the world. And I think we have to include that as well, you know, front and center. You know, I think there's a lot that comes from indigenous cultures, from the shamanic traditions, from, you know, all kinds of ancient civilizations that, you know, appear to have been on this earth way before us, you know, so there's a lot there in terms of, you know, the Great Pyramids and the ancient stone monoliths and so forth. So without a doubt, that's a major source of mystery and understanding that we need to be in ongoing relationship with. I think the scientific approach is a way of kind of making, because it's the language that so much of our popular mainstream culture speaks. I think on the one hand, there's value in using scientific frames and methods. And when I talk about science, I don't mean a reductive science. I don't mean a strictly materialist science. Like, I use a mixed methods approach, which brings qualitative and quantitative data to the table, right? So I really define science in a much more kind of expanded and, you know, integrative sense than what we often might think of when we initially are talking about science. But I think part of it is using the language of science and the techniques of science to help translate this phenomenon into frames that make sense to the majority of the people. All right. So I think there's kind of a translation factor. And I think there are ways in which science actually does reveal new layers of the phenomenon that the ancient ways did not and cannot. Right. So I generally take the view that science both reveals and conceals. The ancient ways both reveal and conceal. You know, pretty much any approach we take always is going to be able to reveal some new facet or aspect of the phenomenon, but it's also going to be limited and have its own blind spots, and it's going to conceal the phenomenon in some way. And this is why I take the meta-integrative approach, because by taking a meta-integrative approach, the impulse and the intention is to help identify the ways in which many different approaches shine a light on and reveal aspects of the phenomenon, in this case, like UFOs and experiencers and the paranormal, but also being able to critically evaluate and see how each of those approaches, including the ancient ways, also obscures and conceals the phenomena in some important ways, right? You know, so that's kind of my kind of methodological orientation, if you will. And there's probably blind spots with that as well. But, you know, so that would maybe be my initial response to Joey.
Oh, okay. So moving on with this, why do you think so many of your colleagues, as we got about 4.5 minutes to go before we go to break at the bottom of the hour, why do you think so many of your colleagues have had so much trouble looking into the exo side of the scientific field, especially when it comes to the UFO phenomena?
You know, I'm really fascinated by the ways in which this topic is a taboo for people, specifically, and also just in general for us at a cultural, social level. I think there's a lot of reasons why, you know, the analysis, the meta-analysis that I've done to date shows that there's psychological reasons, there's social reasons, there's cultural reasons, there's scientific reasons, there's media reasons, there's political reasons, there's military reasons. right? So there's a number of factors that contribute to creating this taboo around the topic. I think ultimately, I mean, a simple way to kind of summarize my sense of this is that the topic of UFOs and extraterrestrials or extra-dimensionals so quickly challenges the core set of assumptions that undergirds our mainstream worldview. And so it makes us vulnerable, and it's very threatening to us on many levels, both consciously and unconsciously, because it just radically challenges the core pillars of our kind of worldviews, and on many, many levels. And so it's not an easy pill to swallow.
Is it for the fear of being ridiculed by the fellow scientific community? Is it a fear that there's not enough money and grants looking into such a taboo type of subject?
It's all of that, but part of what has really shocked me in the last year, the more that I've come out and engaged and I've written and I've been teaching courses, the more I've discovered that many of my colleagues and friends actually have had their own experiences, and that I never knew that. It's like everything from abduction experiences to positive entity encounters to sightings of craft. And so it just gets compartmentalized. It's like they don't know what to do with that. They don't know how to integrate that into the other aspects of their life and their professional engagements. And so I've really been shocked at how many people actually are having these experiences, and in a sense, they just don't know how to hold those or how to communicate those or how to share those. And it is fear of ridicule. It is fear of, professional disadvantage. It's fear of that they themselves don't know how to make sense of it. So the idea of trying to share it with other people, is even, all that more kind of exposing and difficult to imagine. And that's part of what exo-studies is about, is helping to create a more expanded intellectual framework to kind of support us to have a more upfront, honest conversation about these realities and how more people are having them than we often realize, and how do we integrate that into kind of more, mainstream society and our culture at large.
Is it possible?
It is. I think so. I think there's good signs that we're headed in that direction. I don't think it's easy. I don't think it's quick. But, my experience and my scholarship suggests that it is possible. Absolutely.
Wow. That's the tough part. If it is possible, how do we get, in about 45 seconds or less, maybe more science, part of the science community involved? Is it just knowledge? Is it news? Is it media?
I think it's all of those things. I think and we can talk more about this after the break, but we really need all of those strategies, because this is such a Gordian knot. There's so many layers to it. We need multiple approaches and people with different skills working on the issue from different angles. And so, Scientific America just ran an article in the last couple of days saying we need scientific interdisciplinary teams to start working on the UFO topic. Right. So that's great. That's so exciting. And yet we also need abductee support groups, right? We need a lot of things to support this process to unfold.
Well, let's get into that, because we got a lot of questions to ask you here coming up on Spaced Out Radio. We got them for another 2 hours. Sean Esbjorn, pardon me. I knew I was going to butcher that. I apologize. Sean Esbjorn-Hargens is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. More science, UFOs. Yeah, we're getting into it deep tonight on the Mighty SOR. Stay tuned. I knew I was going to forget the J. I knew it, son of a bitch. I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, you're doing better than most people. I appreciate you just wanting to make the effort, because many people are embarrassed and they just don't ask, and so they just say it quickly and hope to get through it.
Hey, space travelers.
Well,
this
being
is John
a former sports reporter, having to pronounce Russian hockey names, there's not many names.
There you go.
There's not many names I butcher. Not many names I do. So I kick myself in the ass when I do. All right. Let's see. Mr. Magnetic Vortex Resident. So he's listening from Los Alamos right now. And says, yes, UFOs are real. Some are property we own and some are off-world devices. Most of what is witnessed is ours. I want you to be true, Mr. Magnetic Vortex Resonance. I really do. I want you to be true, that you're actually at Los Alamos right now tuning in. Oh, would I actually love that? See, here's the problem. I don't know. You know, one of the things about this whole YouTube, the whole YouTube chat thing is, you know, people have so many different identities on here. You don't really know, really know who you're talking to. So, I mean, you could have some like famous athlete or actor or actress or musician on here who's chatting away and, you know, you have no idea. You know, and I'm pretty sure that it's, you know, we've maybe had one or two at some time, but I never ask, but I'm always curious.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it is curious.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We're going to get into the fun stuff now. We got the introductions out of the way. Oh, that part's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our YouTube has 104 in it right now. Never mind the radio.
Great.
Never mind the radio side. That's a good start. That means we got a shot at, our record is 186. 186.
Oh, okay.
That happened a couple weeks ago. So maybe we can make it a big push.
Yeah.
Fleury's first name, Marc-Andre, if you're looking for the goaltender. Theron for the Calgary Flame Star. And who's the other Fleury? There's one more. Hayden Fleury played for Team Canada. He was drafted in the first round a couple of years ago. So there, the three Fleurys.
Nice.
No relation. Anyway.
Are they all spelled the same?
Yes.
Yeah. That's even more impressive.
Hello, Dance. Welcome to the show. And hey, Boo. Good to have you here. Oh, yes. It's going to be a fun night. Fun night. We've got 2.5 minutes here before we go back to break.
Go back to or from break?
Or from break, yeah. It's a long day, man. Okay. It's a long day. We passed hump day. I
want to make sure.
we passed hump day, so it's all downhill from here. I wonder where Science Bob is. Where's Science Bob hiding? He said he was going to tune in. Science Bob, if you're listening right now, come say hello in our chat room. Let us know how the beard is going. We need an update. He'll be popping in any time now. Hey, John, good to have you here. That's a cool story. All right. Science Bob is just about to join the faculty at Auburn University.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. And I believe it's in the avionics as an adjunct. What do they call that? An adjunct professor?
Yeah. Or it could be associate, which is, yeah.
Yeah. He just retired from Virginia Tech.
Oh, great school.
Yeah. Yeah. We love our Science Bob around here. Yeah. Hi, Audra. How are you? Thank you for coming on in. Oh, let's see here. I did say hi to Boo, Kingdom of Barther L. Let's see here. Oh, you picked up some iced tea today, Xavier. Good stuff, man. Cheers to you. A little iced tea right here, man. Let's see here. Well, I turn commercials off at break, not if I'm not in the studio, because then the guest sits here in silence doing nothing. That way it gives you something to listen to. All right, Super Chat is open. Thank you for everybody who's tuned on in, giving us a thumbs up, hitting that subscribe button. We really do appreciate it. Also, do a little shopping at the SOR Vault on our website, along with... Oh, what's the other thing I wanted to mention? Oh, yeah, join our Space Travelers Club. It's just $5 a month. We got some real cool features coming very, very soon for you. Here we go with the second half hour. Music's on. Hey, Walter. Hi, Canadian guy. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Good to have all of you with us tonight. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Tonight we are talking with scientist Sean Esbjorn-Hargens. We are looking into what UFOs are. How do they react to what we are doing here on the planet? How are we reacting to them? And we have a lot of questions to ask Sean here. Welcome back, Sean.
Great. Good to be back, Dave.
We should actually give your website a shout out to exo-studies.org. Exo-studies.org is where we need to go in order to find out more about
And
this.
Also, and there's another one called whatsupwithufos.com.
What's up with UFOs.com? There it is. I got it pulled up right now. There it is. All right. Sean, what is a UFO in your opinion?
This is a good question. In my opinion, and I agree with Jeffrey Kripal, the religious studies scholar from Rice University, where he talks about UFO as a wastebasket problem. And by that, he means that basically it's a word or a category that we use to put a lot of different things in it, right? So I think of UFOs as a multiple object or even a meta object. So I think there's a lot of different things that are called UFOs. For instance, they're structured craft that are our own technology that are just unidentified because they're advanced and crazy and fast and we've never seen them before. They're structured crafts that are, alien devices, either drones or manned, womaned by, extraterrestrials in some meaningful sense. There's UFOs that are actually interdimensional, and so can be more energetic, or they can move from an energetic state to a physical materialized state, or back into a energetic plasma or, light-based state. Some UFOs are orbs, and those orbs sometimes are actually intelligent beings that in a sense look like a UFO because they're a light moving through the forest or in the sky or above the tree line, and they can shift from that orb state to manifesting as a physical being, usually a bipedal humanoid-like being. They sometimes can be ghosts and the deceased. So I think this is what's so fascinating about the UFO topic is that there's so many different things that UFOs are, and they're also multidimensional. So there's other things in addition to what I've listed that they can be. So I think it's both probably the challenge of trying to define what UFOs are, and I think it's also kind of what's exciting and fascinating about them is that they are so many different things. And part of what's hard about trying to have a conversation about it is people might have very different reference points as to what they have in mind when they're talking about a UFO. And so it's kind of like trains passing in the night, which is why with exo-studies, I'm trying to develop a better taxonomy, a better system of classification, a better system of kind of distinguishing the different, elements or types or, kinds of UFOs.
You ever seen one?
I have not seen a physical craft that I would label a UFO.
What about the aliens? You got aliens?
As I mentioned in the beginning, I'm more of a micro experiencer. I've not had, kind of the classic encounter with, a physical being. I have had energetic encounters. I have had telepathic encounters. I have had what I would call downloads. I have had the experience of being in contact and relationship with non-human intelligences that, as best as I can tell, had a galactic nature to them or were connected to different star systems. So in that sense, I would say, yes, I have had alien encounters, but maybe not in the more classic traditional sense of what's the case for many experiencers or even abductees.
All right. So in your idea of study of this phenomena, do you think it's earthly? Do you think it's time traveling? Do you think it's from outer space?
Yeah, I love this question. And, I recently wrote an article that's called Our Wild Cosmos, an exo-studies exploration of the ontological status of non-human intelligences. So how's that for a kind of mouthful, an academic sounding title? In that article, I talk about the 10 most common hypotheses as to who are these beings, what are these UFOs, where are they coming from? Because often when you read the literature, you'll come across people who will acknowledge, like 2 or 3 different possible hypotheses. So the 4 most common are that they're extraterrestrial, and that's remained a very common and popular hypothesis, from the 40s up to now. In ufology, however, that hypothesis has fallen out of favor, starting in the late 60s, with Vallée and others who basically, as they encountered the high strangeness of the phenomenon, kept coming to the realization that this phenomenon is too weird to just be ETs, right? Like, so this, if anything, it's extra dimensional. And then you have people like John Keel who come along and say that, well, it's not even that it's extra dimensional. It's like these beings are from here. They live here on Earth. Earth is theirs, like we're just property. And so, he develops the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis, which is for me, a variation on the extra-dimensional hypothesis. But essentially that hypothesis is that these beings, are in other dimensions or energetic in some sense, and yet they're somehow able to cross over into our world and in our space-time continuum. And in doing so, sometimes they actually take on a physical form and expression, but that they're, extra dimensional, opposed to being a biological being from, a star system, 80,000 light years away. So those are the 2 most common, but then you also hypotheses, extraterrestrial and extra dimensional. Then you have the Earth lights hypothesis, which views the UFO phenomenon as being primarily the result of tectonic plates or electromagnetic fields interacting with each other and producing balls of light, producing the phenomenon that gets labeled UFOs. And then you have the psychosocial hypothesis, which is essentially kind of goes back to Carl Jung and his book on UFOs that came out in the late 50s, I believe. And he essentially says that the UFO phenomena is the collective unconscious. It's an archetypal phenomenon that's produced by the masses, and it's largely the result of the collective unconscious trying to compensate for our extreme masculine, scientific, reductionistic mode of social cultural reality. And so that the UFO phenomenon is, in a sense, kind of like the feminine antidote to our masculine culture, and that the UFOs are manifesting, and they can even manifest and produce radar returns. So for Jung, these archetypal energies and realities had the capacity to show up and leave physical traces, right? So it's very interesting because it's like, it again highlights that this phenomena seems to break our categories. It doesn't pay heed to the the nice little boxes that we've come up with to try and make sense of reality. It seems to move across these boundaries in ways that generally are quite confusing to us, especially if we have a scientific mindset. So these are the four most common hypotheses as to what UFOs are and who and what are ETs. In addition to these hypotheses, there's another six. I won't go into a lot of detail with them. I'll just name them quickly so that listeners get a feel for the range of explanation that's out there. One is, and these hypotheses, all of them are not necessarily, in my mind, mutually exclusive, meaning that they overlap in various ways. And often the phenomenon can be explained by one, two, or three of these hypotheses. So another one is the time-traveling hypothesis, which I think you mentioned, and this is the idea that many of the ETs or extra-dimensionals are ourselves, coming from a future time frame back to, this moment, either to try and, harvest genetic material to support them with the timeline they're on, or trying to help us avoid ecological disaster or, things like this, nuclear holocaust. So the time-traveling hypothesis comes up a lot. There's also the dark military hypothesis, which essentially says most, if not all, the UFO phenomena, essentially, psyops and, black budget-based special access programs that are essentially putting on a UFO show for people. There's the co-creative hypothesis that Greg Bishop has advanced, which is more similar to my view, which is that somehow, these beings are independent of us, these craft are independent of us, but consciousness plays a big role. And there's a way in which we're creating them and they're creating us. And there's kind of a dynamic co-creative process that involves physical realities, but it also involves consciousness. There's the idea that they're all AI, artificial intelligence, either kind of, humanoid robots or advanced cyborg type robots or drones. And Richard Dolan, I think it makes an interesting case that we're, could be dealing with a breakaway civilization or a breakaway group. And that, many of these craft that we are seeing are, actually part of a secret space program, so that they're, in a sense, human craft that either have been reverse engineered or developed in some way, but, they're really advanced tech compared to our even advanced military. And that essentially, that's been going on since the 30s. And so you have this whole kind of other layer of society that has vehicles that can take them off planet on a pretty regular basis. So there's a lot of different theories out there about what is this. And often you get this infighting with people, adhering to one or a few of those hypotheses. I feel we really have to be open to the fact that all 10 of those different hypotheses that I've mentioned are valid ways of explaining some aspects of the UFO phenomenon. So some sightings are, time travelers. Some sightings are extraterrestrial. Some sightings are actually, Keel's ultra-terrestrial. Some sightings are Earthlights. Some sightings are archetypal energies, right? So I think this is, for me, why exo-studies is trying to create an expanded framework so that we're not trying to force, everything through just a few categories. I think if you really look at the literature, if you really listen to experiencers, and you really comb the experiential literature around this, you see I feel that there's a case to be made that any one of these hypotheses is a valid way of explaining some encounters, some sightings, some aspects of the phenomenon.
Sean, with this phenomena that is happening, and it is happening to doctors, it's happening to lawyers, it's happening to construction workers, it's happening to everybody in society that is having these strange phenomena, whether it's seeing lights in the sky or having close encounters or even ET contact. We still look at this as being a fringe stigma, though. We look at it as it's the night clerk who works at the local gas station who claims that aliens came up and fueled up on diesel at 3:02 in the morning. The stigma is, especially from the media and the mainstream, that it's usually people who wear a lot of tinfoil. They're always anti-government. They are always working minimum wage jobs, no dental plan, so on and so forth. It's a horrible stigma that people who have these experiences have to live with from the mainstream. When you look at that and you see that reputation that is out there, how do we try and bring this to a mainstream phenomena and mainstream understanding, maybe even on a scientific level, when there are so many reputations out there and expectations that people have of those who are experienced?
Yeah, I feel this question, this inquiry, is in some ways the most important one. And I think part of it is that more people who have had experiences, if they're up for it, and I don't expect anyone to do this before they're ready, because I really get the trauma, the stigma, the challenge of coming kind of out of the UFO closet. But it's like, it's going to take more people to be more courageous and to come forward with their own experiences, and I'm thinking, just as one example, Robert Hastings, who's done all the work on UFOs and nukes. He has this amazing book, it's like 400 plus pages. He's done all this research really, showing that there's a strong link between UFO sightings and our nuclear installments, both in submarines and aircraft carriers and our land-based, missile silos. And, and then he came out a couple years ago, or just recently, with this book called Confession, Our Hidden Alien Encounters Revealed. The book came out last year, where he says, oh, by the way, I'm an experiencer, and so that is just so courageous, because he really had been established as like the leading expert and kind of scientific mind on the UFO and nuke, situation. And so for him to come out to me, like, that's just such a great example, and inspires me, because, I've done that myself in my own small way. When I first decided to kind of come forward more publicly with both, some of my exo experiences, but just more generally my interest in this topic and my desire to try and contribute academically and scientifically to developing better frameworks to make sense of this phenomenon, I was very worried about my business consulting and coaching business. And I was worried, like, wow, am I really going to take a hit economically in doing this? I have 2 young daughters, I have a mortgage, it's like, can I really risk it? And I just really felt in the core of my being, and it was kind of like a soul moment. It was just a sense of like, okay, maybe there'll be some backlash. Maybe I will lose clients. Maybe, I'll get a client and then they'll Google my name and they'll see some of this ET stuff come up and they'll just be like, holy smokes, like, I didn't know this guy was into that. Like, we can't be working with this guy. But interestingly, what I found, and I've really kind of come out much more publicly in the last 2 years, what I've actually found is the exact opposite. Like, more and more of my mainstream clients who work in, Google and, big tech companies and smaller boutique companies are very interested in my exo-studies interests, and they want to talk to me about it. And sometimes they even tell me about their experiences. There's even, 2 guys who run some startup companies in Brazil who work with my colleague, who came out and told my colleague that they actually identify as being ET, even though they're, by all intents and purposes, they're human and they're running these new businesses. And so I'm finding it's just a much vaster, more interesting space than I would have ever imagined. And as I mentioned, I think earlier tonight in our conversation, I'm just finding more and more of my friends and colleagues actually have had their own experiences. Like, this has been one of the real shocking things, that And so I think as more people come out and help make it safe for other people to come out and share their experiences, I think that's going to be a really big piece of this process. But I also feel like other things need to happen too. Like that in itself will probably not carry the day. Like we need stories like what have been published in the New York Times just recently to help make it more legitimate for other news agencies and journalists to take on this topic. And, like the fact that New York Times just came out with their article essentially arguing for the fact that the U.S. government has, off-world vehicles not made on this earth, quote unquote, has played a role with Scientific American running an article saying we need, scientific interdisciplinary teams to look at this issue, right? So there's a lot of people in academia and scientists who I think as the taboo starts to lift, as more and more people start to say, well, to be honest, I've actually had some pretty weird experiences too. Like as more of that happens, I think it's going to help normalize the situation. And it's going to take a lot of time. And because a lot of people have trauma either around their experiences, because sometimes these experiences rock our world. They're not always pleasant. They can be very challenging, very confusing. So there's a lot of personal trauma, somatic trauma, emotional trauma that can be part of this. And even if you had a good experience, like a very powerful, heart-opening contact with some type of non-human intelligence, there can just be the trauma of telling your father about that, or your wife, or your brother, and them not believing you and laughing at you or saying something dismissive, right? And then, you trying to share it with another person, a best friend, and getting a similar response. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, I'm not going to talk about that anymore. So I think there's so many layers to this. But I feel like more and more people are being empowered to come out and talk about their experiences. And, even just in the CNN interview, just in the last couple of days with Chris Mellon of TTSA, that the CNN interview basically started out with the interviewer saying, I guess we can no longer refer to UFO enthusiasts as crooks and cranks. And on the one hand, to me, this is painful just to hear him say that, because I just think, God, you got to be kidding me. Like, seriously, like we're still in that mode.
The media.
On the other hand, yeah, exactly. And on the other hand, I'm like, finally, like we're realizing we can't just put it in that category. Like UFOs are real. The Navy has validated those 3 videos. That's just the tip of the iceberg. For anyone who's in this field, those videos are not very exciting or very interesting in many respects, because it's kind of like, oh yeah, of course. But for people who have been outside the field and who are, like it's those kinds of things that start to pave a path forward for talking about it, thinking about it, having conversations with people about it. And, since the New York Times broke their story in December of 2017, my sense is it's just been a sea change in the last 2 years. Even in the last couple months, by my calculations, there's about 50 things that have happened since 2010 that are quite historic in terms of the field of ufology, right? And many of those have happened in the last 2 years. So it's an interesting time, not just because the mainstream is taking a closer look, but also because I think experiencers are kind of supporting each other to come out more, right? There's a lot more people sharing their experiences in an interesting way. And so I think that's just as important as the New York Times articles.
You know what? I'm going to get you, Sean, to leave it right there, because when we come back, I want to ask you some pertinent questions in regards to the experience, because one of the things that I have learned recently through all the scientific study that's been going on over the last couple of years, that the experiencer seems to be the forgotten soul in today's ufology. And that's something that we need to delve into a little bit more on this topic that we call ufology. Sean Esbjorn-Hargens is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We are talking UFOs. He's got a pair of websites I want you to know about. What's Up with UFOs.com and exo-studies.org. Check them on out. More with Sean coming up right here on Spaced Out Radio. All right, my friend, I'm going to quickly run my dogs out. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Are you intrigued by Paranormal Talk Radio? You'll love the new Paranormal Radio app from TalkStream Live. You'll find a great selection of talk shows covering UFOs, ghosts, strange phenomena, and much more. Download the Paranormal Radio app now and start listening to the very best in paranormal talk entertainment, including the network you're listening to right now, the Paranormal Radio app. Free in Google Play and the iOS App Store.
The party is always on at the Moose Vancouver. The Moose Vancouver is where you want to be when visiting Canada's West Coast. Open until 2 a.m. nightly, the Moose cranks up the rock while serving some of the best rated food in the city. The menu starts at $6.95. Why party anywhere else in Vancouver when the Moose is right there? Get your horns up and rock with the Moose, the official party bar of Spaced Out Radio.
Hey, space travelers, this is John Resig, founder of the Chive and Chive Charities. If you know anything about our website, you know we like to do things a little differently. We're not some faceless organization collecting money for a nebulous cause. Our donor dollars go directly toward life-improving items. Then we give those items directly to an underdog who needs it most. To become a donor with Spaced Out Radio's official charity, Chive Charities, just go to chivecharities.org/donate.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
Hello, space travelers. It's me again, Carl. Don't forget to join the Space Travelers Club for just $5 a month and follow Spaced Out Radio on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Our Instagram, Dave Scott SOR. Our Facebook page is Spaced Out Radio Show. Our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Come woo it up with Spaced Out Radio today. Bye.
Hi, this is Amber Beckrud, and I want to invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel where we store all of the SOR show archives for free. And as an added bonus, every 2 weeks I'm posting brand new content on Cryptid Tales, where I will get into some of the spookier legends and folklore from around the world and tell the stories that go with them. Find us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio and check out Cryptid Tales today. Drop a comment and let me know what you want to hear. See you there. The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the store you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky smooth. Use promo code SOR2019 at MightyMooseBeard.com today.
For the price of 1 cup of coffee a month, you can become an SOR Space Traveler. The Space Travelers Club is a place where you can interact with other listeners, either live during the show or on our great forum. We want your stories, pictures, comments, and ideas. You'll get live video streams, exclusive content, and be a part of our newsletter. Stay in touch with everything SOR. The Space Travelers Club is just $5 a month at spacedoutradio.com.
Get your horns up with me on Spaced Out Radio. This is Ron Bumblefoot Thal. Come tune in to SOR where you can hear me rock out with Little Brother Is Watching, the official theme song of Spaced Out Radio. And then come on over to bumblefoot.com where you can find out about my...
The dog's good?
Oh, yeah. No deer in the yard, so it's all good. Yes. All right, we got about 90 seconds.
Okay.
And I'll reintroduce the show, reintroduce you, and we're off and running.
Great.
You having fun yet?
Totally. That's really great.
Awesome.
You ask great questions. You're a really good interviewer. It's fun to be in conversation.
Rock and roll, man. Rock and roll. All good stuff. All good stuff. 1 minute.
How are we doing on Facebook numbers?
We're doing well. We're doing all well here on YouTube, and 117, they'll come back. A bunch of them will come back during the break or after the break, and then we'll pump it on up. Usually after 10 o'clock, we get another push. 30 seconds. All right. Thank you to Brutus for the super chat. Really do appreciate that, Brutus. Thank you so much for your support. We really do appreciate that. Yes, I do, Barther. Yes, I do. And a big thank you to everybody who's given us a thumbs up and has hit that subscribe button for us. We really do appreciate that. Also, everybody out there who has joined the Space Travelers Club for just $5 a month on our website, along with done a little shopping at the SOR Vault. All right, here comes hour 2, everyone. Music's on.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. I appreciate you all tuning on in because, well, you know, that's what we do here on a nightly basis on Spaced Out Radio. We hang out with you and talk weird stuff all night long. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. All of our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Buckminster Fullerene. Buckminster Fullerene is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Tonight, we are talking with Sean Esbjorn-Hargens. We are talking UFOs. We are talking, what are they all about? What about the experiencer? What is being hidden in this field of ufology? His 2 websites. We have exo-studies.org along with whatsupwithufos.com. Sean, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, I want to get into this with you right off the bat in regards to the experiencer. Now, right before the break, you know, we were talking about a lot of people out there. It doesn't matter their career, their race, their religion.
Right.
They are having some major experiences out there, from little orbs of light way up in the sky that look like dots to extraterrestrial contact. Yeah. And these people, you know, they may not have a lot of people they could talk to about this because it's still such a taboo type subject. Now, when it comes to today's ufology and the way we have been focusing on the science and the governmental aspect of what especially the United States government knows about UFOs and what are they hiding? Is there really secrets from Roswell on forward? We have forgotten in the conversation about people who have extraordinary experiences. In your opinion, are we dropping the ball in the field of ufology by trying to separate the experiencer from the science aspect?
Yeah, I think we are. I think we have to really bring them together. And I think it's going to be a little while before we can do that in the ways that I would like to see it happen. I think the field of ufology has been split from the early days, between the nuts and bolts folks and the consciousness types, right? And, even Hynek, it was known that he would often ask experiencers and people writing up reports to leave out the high strangeness, leave out the crazy stuff, because he wanted a good scientific report that had credibility and that people could, not just write this phenomenon off. So there's a tendency to try and, dress up the UFO phenomenon in a way that's, less crazy, less weird, that's more scientific, reputable. And while we can appreciate the impulse for that, trying to get a fair hearing with the current kind of scientific court, so to speak, something really does get left out, and something really important. And, I think one of the things the UFO phenomena keeps showing us, keeps reminding us about, is that matter and mind are intimately connected. Consciousness and culture and cosmos are intimately connected, that this phenomenon cannot really be understood exclusively or even primarily through a nuts and bolts scientific effort, unless that scientific approach is a post-materialist, integrative science, like we were talking about earlier, that makes room for the qualitative alongside the quantitative data, that makes room for the consciousness alongside, the cosmos. And, I think part of what we're seeing in the last 2 years with kind of the UFO disclosure that's happening through and associated with, the New York Times and TTSA and so forth, is we're seeing the establishment that flying objects are real, that UFOs are real. And the next step is talking about metamaterials, that there's been some recovered, alloys and things that have come from UFOs, and they have strange properties. And now we're starting to talk about crash retrievals, having whole vehicles or large chunks of vehicles that are off-world. And then once that comes, I believe, then we're going to start talking about bodies, because there are beings flying some of these craft that have crashed. And then once you start talking about bodies, then you start talking about beings that are alive, and then you start talking about consciousness. And so I feel that kind of the mainstream UFO disclosure narrative that we're witnessing is primarily anchored to the nuts and bolts trajectory that I just outlined, going from flying objects to metamaterials to crashes to bodies. And then once we are able to start talking about alien bodies being recovered through crashes in a more open mainstream way, I think then and only then are we going to have to really confront the whole issue of the experiencer, because we're going to all of a sudden realize that there are some of these beings that are actually biological beings, and that people have had encounters with those biological beings. And then that's going to open the door to the extra-dimensional and the energetic and the other aspects of the phenomenon that are not necessarily biological or physical in the ways that we think of reality. And I think the importance of the experiencers is paramount, and I see good movements, so just as I feel we're seeing some good movements in the nuts and bolts trajectory, I feel we're seeing some similar good movements in the experiencer kind of trajectory. And what I get excited about is when those two rivers come together and meet, right? And I think in the experiencer context, we have books like, Ryan Sprague's Somewhere in the Skies. I think the subtitle is something like A Human Approach to the Alien Phenomenon. Right, so it does a great job of honoring the experiencer, and there's a lot of really good podcasts that are out there. My friend and colleague Stuart Davis just recently launched one called Aliens and Artists that looks at artists who have had contact experiences and how those contact experiences with ETs and extra dimensionals have influenced their artistic expression, be they musicians or painters or sculptors and so forth. And we're seeing a lot of innovative stuff happening with the CE5 protocols. That initially started with Greer, but there's a lot of people getting involved with that and expanding those protocols and developing new ways of initiating human contact. We have the FREE research, FREE being an acronym for the Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial and Extraordinary Experiences, that was founded a number of years ago by Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut, 6 men to walk on the moon, and Ray Hernandez. And, they did the first global survey of experiencers where they got around 4,000 people around the planet to fill out their survey, which involved quantitative and qualitative questions. And they discovered that, 70% of the experiencers who took that survey reported positive encounters with a wide range of non-human intelligences. And only about 30% had abduction-like or native experiences. And this was a really big finding because, in many ways, kind of the ufological community has been dominated in some corners and some parts of it by the negative abduction narrative. And I think that's a valid narrative. I think abductions are happening. I think for many cases they're traumatic and terrifying, and I think it's a big issue and something we have to take very seriously. But what's interesting when you look at the FREE research and you situate those kinds of more difficult experiences in a larger context of experiences, what seems to be coming through is that more people than we realize are having a neutral or positive experiences with what they would consider extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional beings. And so, there's this whole kind of meet the hybrids movement. There's many people coming out and sharing their identification as having, star families and being, interplanetary souls. And, so there's a whole range of people who are finding ways to talk about their multidimensional experiences and their galactic experiences in really fascinating, empowered ways. We also have a whole new range of movies that are coming out or have come out that I think, pull away from the Hollywood style of Independence Day, the whole kind of alien invasion narrative. And you have, a new movie featuring John Mack that's been in the works and, is in, the final stages. We also have though with COVID, the timeline's been shifted. But in September, there's a film coming out, a documentary on aerial phenomena that showcases the aerial landing in Zimbabwe that John Mack went down and interviewed all those kids. There were 62 kids who witnessed between 1 and 3 beings, depending on which kid you talk to. But the point is, many of them saw and had experience of these beings, right? You even have the Granger Taylor documentary, speaking of Canada, yes, right? And so, and you have a new movie just came out. It's kind of in the Blair Witch found footage, genre, but called Skyman, that I think does a really good job of presenting an experiencer and his struggles with making sense of that process. So I think there's a lot of good news out there in terms of experiencers, how we're being represented in movies, how books are being written, how, new ways of communicating. So I think there's a lot to celebrate. And as I was saying, what I get excited about is when kind of the developments that are happening on the experiencer side and the developments that are happening on the more nuts and bolts kind of mainstream New York Times, TSA side together. And when we're able to really talk about both the kind of nuts and bolts scientific side and the consciousness experiential side. Like, to me, that's where I want to help us get there. And for me, exo-studies is one way of contributing to bringing those two largely different and sometimes opposed ways of thinking about the phenomenon together.
You mentioned Ryan Sprague and a number of others in there, and I got to ask you this question in regards to that. Okay, for the people who are doing work out there, there's a lot of good people doing work. I mean, we can't take that away. I think of Grant Cameron, I think of Richard Dolan, I think of Melinda Leslie, Lorian Fenton, and a number of others out there. Okay, but ufology has its issues as well. Okay, we have a number of people out there who claim to be journalists or investigative journalists when they've never worked a day in journalism in their life, and they're lying to people. Right. We have a lot of people lying about being scientific in this field when they don't have degrees, they don't have any tenures anywhere or any research grants, or have never written any papers to any type of publishing companies to see if their research has any merit. We have a lot of people who want that 15 minutes of fame or less on television shows. There is a lot of charlatans in this field that are almost taking advantage of a very naive public who is just searching for answers for what is going on with them. How does this affect your research, and how does this affect what other people are doing in trying to gather the truth when there's a lot of selfishness?
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest barriers and challenges, and it's partly why a lot of people just don't want to touch this topic with a 10-foot pole, because there's so many good examples of what you just pointed to, and it does make it difficult to advance the field, both on the nuts and bolts side and on the consciousness experiencer side. I think, on the one hand, I think the field of ufology has been saddled with those dynamics for a long, long time. I want to believe, and I think there's reason to believe, that while those dynamics continue to be the case and are very disappointing and frustrating for those of us who are trying to move things forward in a constructive, generative, useful way, that some of the good things that are happening on the nuts and bolts sides and the experiencer side, I think that's gaining some momentum. So I'm not sure we're really going to get fully rid of that challenging element of ufology. I think I've kind of come to terms with just accepting that it's probably for a long time going to be a part of the landscape. But I think the better parts are gaining more momentum. They're gaining more visibility. People who are interested in this topic are learning to, find the more legitimate elements and people and scholars and researchers and scientists who are doing this work. Just like, for instance, Alex Wendt, who is, one of the world's, most renowned international relations theorists, and he's written kind of the textbook on it, about a decade ago. And then he came out just a couple of years ago with a book called, on quantum theory and social ontology, and kind of looking at humans as walking wave equations. And so, he's got an academic post. He's a very serious guy. And then he just, he's been interested in UFO data. So he started kind of this grassroots initiative to collect UFO data using a bunch of sensors and different kinds of technology so they could have 24/7 surveillance, of the skies and do some interesting things with big data. And he recently did a TEDx talk on why we need to create a better science for UFOs. And then he did a great interview recently where he kind of went on the record talking about his own beliefs in ETs. And it was quite shocking to me to see him really going out on a limb and being as bold as I think he was being in that interview. But to me, that's an example of we're having more and more solid, legitimate, respectable people in academics and science who are putting more and more on the line. And I think it's helping to turn the tides against the wide range of charlatans and folks who are out to make a buck and kind of taking advantage of the situation in various ways. So I want to keep trying to find ways to support and amplify those people like Grant Cameron and Richard Dolan and others, and you mentioned some as well, who I think are, as Richard Dolan often says, fighting the good fight. And it's like, but yeah, it's discouraging for sure that this continues to be a dominant element in the space. And it's also partly why my colleague and I, Tom Curran, put together the website, What's Up with UFOs? Because on that website, our effort was basically to scour the web and find what ended up being 150 assets, videos and articles on 4 main topics: flying objects, hard science, direct experience, and institutional dynamics. And it takes about 20 hours to watch or read all the content that we compiled there. But the intention was to give the average person who's interested in this topic a place to go on the web where they could, get exposed to a lot of viewpoints in those areas and feel like they could kind of trust the sources. They could, see the value and the validity of the material that's pulled together and put there. So in that sense, it's kind of that website is an educational project. It's an effort to try and to cut through all the shenanigans that you were talking about, because there's so much good information on the web, but it's mixed in with all of that crap that you were talking about. So Tom and I took it upon ourselves, and we literally we counted it up at one point towards the end. It took us a year to do that website in about 1,000 hours, 500 between each of us, to kind of cull the web, organize that content, and try and put that meta package together so that the average person who's getting exposed to this topic, wants to learn more, can have a place to go that's not riddled with all of that discouraging content and realities, but it's going to take many people doing their version of, that website, right? That website just serving as an analogy for, finding ways to pull together the good stuff and separate it from the unhelpful stuff.
Okay, so here's the question that I have from an experiencer standpoint relating to science. The experiencers never know when things are going to happen. They never know when they're going to have an encounter. They never know when the aliens are coming. They never know when they're going to summon UFOs. Science revolves around repetition and being able to record the findings of that repetition and those experiences under a controlled environment. With 3 minutes left here before we go to break, how do we combine the two successfully?
Yeah, and we should talk about this after the break as well, but just to make a few points now, it is true that science as we typically think of it is defined by basically a closed system laboratory style context in which you can poke and prod something and see how it responds and do that and repeat it and get similar results. And it's very true that the UFO phenomena does not conform to those parameters. And so we really cannot use traditional scientific approaches to make sense of the UFO phenomena. We need to up-level our scientific approach. We need a new kind of science that's anchored in scientific thinking and discernment and methodology, but which is able to overcome the limitations of that kind of, laboratory-esque orientation to science. And so it requires more field research-based approaches. It requires more mixed methods that brings together qualitative and quantitative and triangulates, more traditional scientific efforts with interviews and different types of sociological and psychological research. And this is why I'm interested in developing an integrative meta-science of UFOs and the paranormal, because it is possible, and we already see people doing something similar in the context of the complexity sciences. Complexity sciences deal with open systems that are very dynamic and complex and don't repeat themselves. And yet there's been a whole development of a scientific approach to complexity sciences that's, valid and important and useful. And so we can learn from those efforts as to what might an appropriate scientific orientation be to this phenomenon.
Okay, so as we move forward with about a minute to go here before we go to break, is it even possible in today's methodology to do so?
It is, but we have to get out of the reductionist and materialist commitments that so much of our scientific enterprise assumes to be the case. You know, when you free science from those commitments, you still have science, you still have verification, you still have methodologies and ways of discerning validity. You know, so people unfortunately make the mistake of confusing or assuming that unless it's materialistic and reductionistic in its core commitments, then it's not science, right? And so we unfortunately tend to view science as kind of this. It's almost like we confuse the pathological version of science that we currently have with what is possible within a scientific context, right? So there's a lot more that's possible once we free ourselves from those kind of metaphysical and ontological commitments that are not necessary in order to do good science. So it's absolutely possible. And people are doing it in all kinds of contexts, and we can learn from that and pull that into the UFO landscape.
Hold it right there. We're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We have Sean Esbjorn-Hargens coming up with more Science of the UFOs next on Spaced Out Radio. It's a difficult subject.
Yeah, and I think maybe a good starting point when we come back might be I can say a little bit about abductions and a kind of what a scientific approach to evaluating abductions might look like, and that might give listeners an idea of kind of what I have in mind.
Sure. We can do that.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Just writing that down so I don't forget.
Great.
By the way, your cat meowing in the background has created a lot of fans.
I know. I was trying to shoo her away, but I'm glad to hear she was well received.
We have a lot of cat lovers on this show. A lot of...
Good. Now the dog's chasing the cat.
Perfect. What'd you get your...
and so goes
What
the
did
cycle.
you get your PhD in again?
I got it in the humanities, and the technical degree was in philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness. So it's essentially an interdisciplinary degree. So I focused on human development and consciousness, but studied cosmology and philosophy of science.
Gotcha. Yeah, we got to get...
I didn't want to specialize in just one area. I really wanted to develop the ability to cut across different disciplines, and because I just feel so many of our challenges kind of benefit from that multidisciplinary approach.
I can see that. I can totally see that. All right, we have a couple questions that our audience wants to ask you. We ask every guest this. Every guest. Okay, first and foremost, when it comes to eating breakfast for dinner, what's your thoughts on that?
I love it. My family loves it. Just like 2 days ago, we had breakfast for dinner as a whole family. We had pancakes and eggs and maple syrup. So count me in.
Oh, you poor guy. Poor sinful man. All right.
I know.
Oh, the second one would be Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Devil's Tower. Are you on Team Rock or are you on Team Stump?
That's tough. Because as a meta-disciplinary guy, I always want to be on both teams. I'm going to have to go with Team Rock.
0 for 2 in my books, my friend. 0 for 2 in my books. Yeah, terrible. This interview is just ruined now. It's just ruined.
We can do a take 2.
Well, no, it's kind of late now. I can't stand breakfast for dinner. Can't stand breakfast for dinner. Just one of those.
Not
things.
Even bacon?
Well, bacon is a universal food, though.
Okay, all right.
It's like
glad we clarified
hash browns. Okay. All right. Pancakes, breakfast food. Eggs, breakfast food. You know, honeydew. Does anybody really like honeydew?
No, that's not even a breakfast food. That's not even a food.
I know. All right. Who else am I supposed to say hi to? I've already forgotten here. There's somebody I forgot to say hi to. 1 second here. I got to find you again. Where did you go? Where did you go? There was one. I knew I forgot one more. I got Jessica. All right. We got about 45 seconds. Now I can't find them. Son of a bitch. I always like to try and say hello to everybody. Now I'm missing them. All right.
Yeah, it's nice. It gives me a sense of the tribe.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all breakfast for dinner in the chat room. We can't really trust them.
Right.
All right, 15 seconds. Thank you once again, Brutus, for the super chat. Really do appreciate that. Give us a thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button. Ring that bell. And, yeah, honeydew still sucks. It really does. We'll put that on the horrific fruit list along with pineapple. Oh, pineapple and grapefruit. That's just garbage stuff there. Anyways, our website, don't forget to sign up for our Space Travelers Club for $5 a month. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time to say hello. I want to remind all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. On Instagram, you can follow us at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Tonight we are talking with Sean Esbjorn-Hargens. We're talking science, UFOs, what the combination between the two is, as he's got a couple of websites we want to introduce, and that is number one, whatsupwithufos.com and exo-studies.org. Sean, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be back.
Great to have you here. All right, continuing on with the entire UFO study, when it comes to the scientific field, as well as, you know, the experiencers out there. Recently, over the last couple of years, we're supposed to be focusing on the technology. We're supposed to be focusing on these three craft from these three videos that were released by the United States Navy and the Pentagon. We're not supposed to be talking aliens. Okay, for anybody who has had an experience out there, it's always aliens. It's always aliens, Sean. But for those who've never had an experience, it's never aliens. And I think that's probably the easiest way to break it down in this field of study. Mm-hmm. Yet what we're seeing in the media has nothing to do with people having ET contact. Has nothing to do with people who are having sightings. How do we, as a UFO society, try to blend in to the mainstream that this phenomena is more than just blips on radar from the United States Navy or Air Force?
Yeah, I love this question. I mean, to me, you know, this is where the action is. It's like, this is where I get excited, because I want to figure that out as much as the next person who's engaged with these topics. And it's, you know, part of what's ironic about what's happening in the kind of the mainstream conversation around this is, and I've seen this elsewhere, so this isn't just my phrase, but I kind of came up with a similar version. And that is essentially what they're saying is, quote, it's not aliens, comma, but it's aliens, exclamation point, end of quote. And by that, I mean, in so many of these articles, not just the New York Times ones, but all the other ones that follow, each time the New York Times does a piece, where usually kind of in the first few sentences or first paragraph, they're very quick to let you know, we're not talking about aliens. Like, they really want to get that out and clear, because like, if we were, that would be crazy. And then you wouldn't want to read this. And, so it's interesting just to see how prevalent that dynamic is. And I print out all of those articles. I every couple of days, I do a search through the news feeds to see what are the recent articles that have been published on the topic, and I print them out and I read them because I'm interested in kind of the media narrative and how it's shifting and shaping up. And so I see that move over and over again. But what's interesting in the last, year, but in the last few months and just even more recently, you have that move. But then you also later in the articles, the people generally say it's a real craft. We know it's a structured craft, or that it's advanced technology. And so we know that it's not just a bird or a weather balloon or, swamp gas. So we know we're dealing with advanced technology. We don't think it's Russia. We're pretty sure it's not Russia. We're pretty sure it's not China. And we don't think we have anything like this in our own inventory. Right? And so basically you're left to then surmise, well, who could it be? Like, what could it be if it's an advanced structured craft, but it's not the Russians, it's not the Chinese, it's not the U.S. So it's their way. This is my take on it, Dave. It's their way of basically saying it is aliens without saying it's aliens, right? That increasingly what I'm seeing in the mainstream narrative is more and more people are essentially getting right up to the lines and without saying it are basically saying, we think there's a good chance it might be aliens. But we don't want to say that, because if we said that, that would just be too much, right? So I think we are moving in a direction in the mainstream context where it's going to be more and more acceptable to entertain the possibility that it actually is aliens. But as I was saying before, in that context, I think we're still going to be focused on the biological and the physical and the nuts and bolts and the scientific part of it. And it's just still going to take us a little while to really open up to the consciousness, the paranormal, the high strangeness, the experiences of showing up in your bedroom, and dematerializing, or you being in your bedroom one moment and then on a craft the next moment, right? And like, how did that happen? So I think, we're still a little ways away from those two coming together. And in the article that I mentioned that I wrote recently called Our Wild Cosmos, in that I talk about evidence, because there's an interesting dynamic that happens where if you talk to people who are conversant with the UFO literature, they usually are pretty quick to say there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence for UFOs. There's a lot of evidence for ETs. There's a lot of evidence for contact. There's a lot of evidence for many aspects of this phenomenon. If you talk to someone who's not familiar with that literature, they're very quick to say there's no evidence, right? And so you have this paradox of some people saying there's a lot of evidence and a lot of people saying there's no evidence. So I started looking at this, trying to understand what's going on, and trying to get a better sense from a philosophy of science perspective. How is this happening? Like, what is it about our definitions of evidence that is leading one group of people to say there's a lot of evidence and another group to say there's none? And one layer, though there's other layers, but one interesting layer is that if you look at the notion of legal evidence, right, and there's, around 20 different kinds of legal evidence that are acknowledged as acceptable within a court of law. And these include things like testimonial evidence, direct evidence, forensics evidence, expert witness evidence, digital evidence, documentary evidence, demonstrative evidence, corroborating evidence, right? So there's these official categories of evidence that are used in the court of law to prosecute a case, right? then you have scientific evidence, and scientific evidence is very different, right? It's case reports, and it's case control studies, like observational. It's cohort studies, again observational. It's randomized control trials, which is more like experimental, right? It's systemic reviews and meta-analysis, right? And obviously that scientific evidence sometimes is included in the court of law and can be admitted as legal evidence. But the point that I'm wanting to make in this moment is that there are certain categories of legal evidence that when you look at the UFO literature, we actually have a ton of legal evidence, right? So in principle, we could walk into a court of law and we could prosecute for there are UFOs, there are ETs, and we could win, right? In principle, because there's such good evidence, there's a lot of it. But when it comes to scientific evidence, it's not as strong. We don't have as much scientific evidence, and that's because part of what I was saying before is that so much of the phenomenon doesn't lend itself to traditional modes of scientific investigation, that we need to up-level our scientific efforts and develop ways of doing science with more complex phenomena. But the kind of science that we currently have is really good for simple phenomena. It's really good for things that realities that are conducive to a controlled experimental environment in a lab, right? And that's not the case. Like you see this with psi phenomena. A good example is when research is done on psi phenomena like ESP and telekinesis, that in the lab they do get statistical results that suggest and show that it's a real phenomenon. But they're just barely across the threshold. But nevertheless, they're statistically significant. It's validated. It's real. It exists. But it's very different than when psi phenomena is generally generated in intense emotional context, right? Like when someone's died or is in a car accident, or And so one of the things they've realized over the years is that a lot of psi phenomena, the catalyst for it is a very intense emotional occurrence. And you can't reproduce that in a lab, right? So, because there's actual ethical boards that prevent us from doing that to someone, right? So kind of the stimulus for the phenomenon are these intense emotional situations that you can't reproduce in the lab. So you end up not being able to study psi phenomena in the way that you can in the field when those things happen just naturally when someone's in a car accident or someone dies and so forth, right? So there's a lot of ways to do science in this expanded integrative way. And if I just maybe segue into another example, like if we think of the field of abductions and can we prove that abductions are occurring? And many people would say no. I would say yes, we can, right? And so on the What's Up with UFO site, there's a whole section on abductions. And we do kind of a meta-analysis of 15 classic cases going back all the way to 1961 with Betty and Barney Hill and all the way up to Chris Bledsoe and with his first encounter in 2007. We identify 8 criteria for evaluating abductions. And they include that there's multiple abductees, meaning that there's more than one person who was abducted at the incident. There are additional witnesses, meaning there's more than the people who were abducted. So if 2 people were abducted and then there were 2 people who witnessed that abduction, then you would have 2 abductees and 2 additional witnesses. Then there's passing the lie detector test. There's passing psychological evaluations. There's body marks, scoop marks, bruises, triangular puncture marks, and so forth. There's additional physical evidence in many of these cases. There's conscious recall, where people actually recall, often in a fragmented way, aspects of the abduction experience. And then there's additional recall through hypnosis. Now, with these 8 criteria, of the 14 people who we showcase as abductees, all of them had multiple abductions, right? So there's more than one person. So that's a kind of evidence. Most of them also had additional witnesses, right? So you have cases where there were 3 abductees and then there were 5 witnesses. And then you have every one of them who took a lie detector test passed. Every one of them who did a psychological evaluation, and many of them were given between 2 and 5 psychological evaluations. Almost everyone had body marks. Almost every of the cases had physical evidence. All of them had conscious recall, and all of them but one had additional recall with hypnosis. So when you start doing a meta-analysis like this, and you start seeing a pattern where you have, multiple cases where there's multiple abductees, many witnesses, people are passing lie detectors and psychological evaluations, so we know they're sound of mind. There's body marks, there's physical evidence, there's kind of like, it starts to add up. And so this is an example of kind of a mixed methods of qualitative and quantitative data. And when you combine it with interviews and you compare it across other cases, you start to have a scientific case for abductions occurring. So we have that case. What's challenging is we live in a culture where there's a worldview where that's impossible. So even though there is a solid scientific case to be made that abductions occur, as well as other kinds of encounters and experiences, but when we live in a culture that just from the get-go says, no, that's impossible, in a way it doesn't matter that there's a scientific case, right? So in this sense, it's like there's actually a lot more scientific proof for many of these phenomena than what many people realize, because they're not realizing that so much of it's just discounted from the word go, just because it challenges our worldview of what we think is possible, right? So my sense is that as that taboo starts to lift, as more and more people realize that these phenomena are real and that we can investigate them scientifically, they're also going to start to realize, well, holy cow, like we actually already have a lot of this evidence. We have a lot of legal evidence, and we also have a growing body of scientific evidence. So I think this is a big part of it, because when you look at the experiencer literature, for instance, you look at encounters with non-human intelligences and what are the different types of ETs or people encountering, you see a lot of consistency, right? There are 5 types of ETs that show up over and over again through all kinds of different modes of contact. And that starts to become a kind of evidence, because if grays are showing up, for instance, throughout body experiences, as well as in near-death experiences, as well as in psychedelic experiences, as well as in just conscious, waking state encounters, as well as in shamanic trances, as well as in lucid dreams, right? Like when the same types of beings are showing up across multiple contact modalities, it starts to make the case that there's an ontological validity to the existence of that being or those kinds of beings, because they're not just state dependent, right? They're showing up across multiple types of altered states and normal waking states. So there is a lot we can do to start to build the case for the ontological reality of these beings and these experiences, because so many experiencers really question whether or not they're going crazy. And the reason they're doing that is because we're embedded in a culture that just from the get-go says, yes, you are crazy for thinking that or assuming you had that experience, right? So it's a very traumatic process to have these experiences in a culture that just, outright denies their possibility. But there is actually a lot of scientific work that's been done and is being done that validates these realities.
I want to shift gears here a little bit, because another big part of this field as we try and figure things out. For years, decades, we have kind of been told in the field of ufology, look, there's a lot of disinformation agents out there. The government doesn't want this story out. We have to be careful with whom we talk to and whom we share information with. This is a dangerous subject of study. Don't trust anybody, especially if they have an alphabet agency on their resume. And the government cover-up since Roswell and up to today. This story has always been in denial. Look, the Pentagon shifted gears twice over the last 14 months in regards to whether or not these programs exist or have ever existed. So my question to you is this, and we'll probably end up taking this through to the other side after the break as well. And that is, why all of a sudden in today's ufology are we all of a sudden silly enough, and maybe that's a right or wrong term, I don't know. Okay, why are we silly enough to be putting our faith in a bunch of people who for years, under the agencies and the governments they worked for, claimed these programs never existed, that they were top secret, almost living a Men in Black type of lifestyle. But now, since they've left that government position, they have the benefit of humanity at their best interest. I don't get it. To me, it sounds a little too phony. Now, I'm not saying that people like Luis Elizondo or Chris Mellon or others in this field are lying. I refuse to say that, because I really do believe a lot of what a person like Elizondo says. That being said, okay, how do we as a UFO community trust these people and put disclosure in the hands of these people without even thinking of who their previous employers were?
Yeah. No, it's a very important point, and the thing that I think we in this community have to talk about more and sort through that, because the government, the U.S. government and governments the world over do not have a good track record on this topic. And as you pointed out, even around the release of the Navy videos over the last 2 years, the Pentagon has changed their story 3 or 4 times about that. And so, it's just more of the same. We saw that obviously just at the very beginning, ground zero with Roswell, and how that story changed several times early on, but even over, decades later, like a new report would come out with a whole different explanation. And then, a few years later, another entire different explanation. So we have to be really aware of the track record and not just accept what we're being fed. The buyer needs to beware. And, in this sense, they have to earn our trust back in some sense. That being said, I think we also, on the flip side, have to realize that the government is not a monolith, in the sense that there are factions within the government. There are those within the government who would like to see disclosure happen, are aware of certain, pieces of the puzzle and feel that information should come out. And then there are other factions who are working against that. And I think, if you look at, Richard Dolan's work with UFOs and national security state, and, if you're following his recent analysis of a lot of the things that have happened over the last 2 years, I think he's very articulate with pointing to this dynamic. And so we have to be discerning. So just as we can't trust the government, I think we also have to be careful to just dismiss out of hand or assume that the information that is coming out from certain channels or sources within the government is false or misleading or disinformation or a psyop, right? Like it might be. We need to think about what are the criteria by which we could determine that. So I think some of the criteria that I hold as I try and sort through all of this and keep, in mind the points that you're making is the information that's coming out, is it helping to reduce the taboo, right? Is it helping to make information more transparent? So like when Marco Rubio includes in the Senate bill to have a public report put together within 6 months of passing, that the U.S. government would have to, share more information about, how they collect data on UFOs and streamline the process. I'm inclined to, in good faith, assume that what you see is what you get, that's largely a good motivation, that, he and others on the Hill have gotten debriefs around this topic, and that's come out in those places, and that, that, wow, he's sure to have his own motivations, and, and we have to look at that and try and understand that. But, I'm inclined to take the wind, so to speak, of like, okay, that's moving the ball down the field. Right. So this is the criteria I often ask, like even with TTSA, a lot of people are, concerned and raise I think fair questions about the background of many of the people involved there. And I think Richard Dolan makes a good point when he says TTSA has done more than many in the last 2 years to move the UFO disclosure ball down the field. Now, are they doing it from their particular angle? or do they have a national security frame? Do they highlight the threat aspect more than I think is appropriate? Yeah. So they have their angle, they have their agenda, but, I think it's, again, it's going to take many players coming from many angles to, help this process along. And all of the different approaches are going to have their blind spots and their power plays and their agendas. And so for me, taking the meta-integrative approach is trying to get up high enough to kind of see some of that and see the value that's coming from, some of these approaches that maybe are compromised in certain ways without just throwing it out. Right. But yeah, I think it's a tough topic because, there's no doubt that there's spin being put on this narrative. And it's going to continue to be put on it.
Right.
And in a post-truth era, it's really hard to sort through this, right? Like, we're having a hard time believing climate change is happening. In the United States and elsewhere, we're having a hard time believing COVID is happening.
True.
Right.
And, hold that thought right there, because we're going to go to break. And I'll say this: anybody watching this story on mainstream, look who everybody interviews. It's Lou Elizondo, it's Chris Mellon, it's Harry Reid, and it's Nick Pope. Why is it always the same people? Yeah. More on Spaced Out Radio coming up. We'll get into the narrative side of everything when we come back, okay?
Great. Sounds good.
All right, I'm just going to run my dogs out one final time here. I'll be right back.
This is Ryan Stacy from the Experiencer Support Association, otherwise known as TESSA. We're glad to team up with Spaced Out Radio to help investigate your experiences on the SOR Sightlines report. Together, we'll investigate the strange sightings and occurrences you've had. We're looking for answers just like you. So fill out a Sightlines report on the Spaced Out Radio website, and let's figure out what's going on together.
I'm feeling a little spicy tonight. What to do?
Why not get Bumblefuck?
4 million Scoville units of pure hard rock. Bumblefoot hot sauces come in 3 flavors. The burning Bumble. Tone it down a bit with Bumblicious and throw the sauce on everything.
Spice it up. Bumble me, baby. Bumblefoot hot sauce. Get it today at kajans.com.
Looking for creative ways to get your company out in the public? How about advertising on Spaced Out Radio? Our sales department is waiting to hear from you, and we can work around any budget. From commercial spots to banners to special promotions, there are many opportunities to get your name and product out to our SOR listeners. For a price guide and more information, please contact us at sales@spacedoutradio.com.
The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the story you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
Hello, this is your guitar man, Ron Bumblefoot Thaw, and I have to tell you, I love the response I get for Little Brother is Watching from Spaced Out Radio fans. It's amazing how music can inspire and make people think deeper about what's going on in the supernatural world. You can head over to my website, bumblefoot.com, to check out my music, my guitar workshops, my touring, even check out some of the hot sauces that I'm working on. And make sure you keep on listening, because with Spaced Out Radio, you know Little Brother is watching.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
For the price of 1 cup of coffee a month, you can become an SOR Space Traveler. The Space Travelers Club is a place where you can interact with other listeners, either live during the show or on our great forum. We want your stories, pictures, comments, and ideas. You'll get live video streams, exclusive content, and be a part of our newsletter. Stay in touch with everything SOR. The Space Travelers Club is just $5 a month at spacedoutradio.com.
Hi there, this is the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall. I'd like to invite you to listen in each Sunday night where we're going to open up your eyes to everything strange and paranormal. I will be hosting some great guests with topics that affect us all, such as UFOs, ghosts, and everything paranormal. Let's learn together on Spaced Out Radio Sunday with myself, Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer at spacedoutradio.com.
The party is always on at the Moose Vancouver. The Moose Vancouver is where you want to be when visiting Canada's West Coast. Open until 2 a.m. nightly, the Moose cranks up the rock while serving some of the best rated food in the city. The menu starts at $6.95. Why party anywhere else in Vancouver when the Moose is right there? Get your horns up and rock with the Moose, the official party bar of Spaced Out Radio.
Hello, Space Travelers. It's me again, Carl. Don't forget to join the Space Travelers
Hey,
Club
bud, I'm
for
back.
just $5
Sorry, my
a
dogs
month.
were barking at some deer in the backyard.
Oh, man, no worries.
All right, we've got about just over 90 seconds till we come back.
Okay.
Show's flying on by, man.
Yeah, only less than a half hour left. That's crazy.
Well, I'm glad you took the time to join us, man. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's been very engaging. I'm really enjoying it.
Awesome. All right. We got about a minute here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that subject about the experiencers a little too close to home for me. So I'm really passionate about that one. Really passionate.
Oh, well, that's good. It's for good reasons. It's an important issue.
It is. We have 30 seconds left. Hey, Cat Chaser, I want to say thank you so much for the super chat. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for taking the time. Same as you, Brutus. I really do appreciate the super chat as well. We thank you for your love and your support of this show. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, a subscribe. Those work just as well. And join our Space Travelers Club for $5 a month on our website, along with doing a little shopping at the SOR Vault as well. Here comes hour 3.
Don't forget to check out our free archives and leave a comment. See
All
you
right.
there.
Music's on.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with hour number 3 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. We really do appreciate it. We thank everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America, digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio as well. All of our archives are free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Buckminster Fullerene. Buckminster Fullerene is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. On Twitter, you can follow us at Spaced Out Radio, and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, we introduce our guest, Sean Esbjorn-Hargens. We have been talking the science behind UFOs. He's got a couple of really cool websites you want to check out. whatsupwithufos.com as well as exo-studies.com. Sean, welcome back.
Great. Thanks for having me, Dave.
Not a problem. We're glad that you were here.
And just to clarify, the exo-studies is .org, not .com.
I apologize. That is my fault.
Yeah.
That is my fault. All right. Right before the break.
Where were we?
Yeah, right before the break, we were talking about the experiencer and the idea that they are kind of being left out. And then we kind of turned that into whether or not we should be putting any type of disclosure movement in the hands of people who once worked for alphabet agencies to almost cover up this field and deny that the UFO phenomena was actually happening. All right. So when I get to this, I think of a narrative. And if you notice right before the break, I mentioned, if you look at any major interview on any major newspaper, television show, we have the same people being interviewed every time. Yeah. We have Luis Elizondo. Yeah. We have Chris Mellon. We have Harry Reid. We have Nick Pope. We have David Fravor, the fighter pilot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And not that there is anything wrong with these gentlemen in regards to this subject, but there are people who have been investigating this for decades. Linda Moulton Howe. Okay. The late Stanton Friedman when he was alive. Okay, Richard Dolan today, Grant Cameron, Steve Bassett, who's been a lobbyist for the UFO phenomena for the last 3 decades. We have a lot of people who are not getting any airtime or column time at all regarding this subject. And to me, that shows a couple of things. Number one, the media has no idea how to cover this subject. And number two, Number two, it shows to me that there is a narrative of when CNN calls or when Fox calls or when the New York Times calls that they go to the big group, which is TTSA right now. Okay.
Yeah.
And they go to that group and they say, hey, this is who I need for this article. Help me out. Help me out. And they throw softball questions. So, when I see things like that happening from a media background, I don't see any parity. I don't see any differing opinions. I don't see any questions about the history. And any type of narrative, when it is brought towards the media and the media buys into it, it's dangerous. It's dangerous for the public. Are you concerned about if there is a narrative going on with this subject?
Absolutely, and I think there is, and so this is a really crucial issue. And it's not that I have so much a problem with that particular narrative, just because from where I sit and my experience with these things, it's like that's just to be expected. And so, even though it can be a problem, it's more important to like name it, identify it, talk about it, and expand the different narratives, so there's not more than just one. So I do think it's an issue we have to watch closely, and it's historically been problematic. I think there's some major downsides with it and the way it's happening right now. And, and I'm also grateful that, outside of kind of the mainstream channels that you were just highlighting, they're online. Some of the interesting things is Politico has done some good stuff. The Drive, the War Zone, Vice, the New York Post, the Basement Office, blogs like UFO Joe and Silver Record, even Richard Dolan's YouTube channel. There's a lot of good alternatives that are out there as sources of media and analysis and commentary on these topics, right? So compared to, 15, 20 years ago when we really didn't have those other kinds of counter, voices, I think the situation is much better than it has been in the past. But even if you think of Terry Hansen's book, The Missing Times, right, where he gets into the news media complacency and the UFO cover-up, he wrote that in 2000, I believe, right? That was 20 years ago. Right? And so not much has changed, where and part of his analysis is basically at the local level, you have a lot of variety with how UFOs are reported. As the stories climb up to the national level, you basically have the streamlining process where there's just kind of a set narrative, a set of choices, a set certain frames that are used. And so, that in a sense, part of what he was pointing out, that like, don't trust the national news to report UFOs because it's kind of a formulaic process. Whereas at the local level with local reporters, you still can get some really good investigative journalism and reports and interviews and so forth. So I think your point that we keep seeing the same 5 people and also guys, only men, white men being interviewed. Like, I think there's a lot of room to do a little better than that. So it is a concern. And it's like, and it kind of comes back to this whole orientation I have of like the metaview. Like if we think of the Tic Tac videos, right, and the 3 Navy videos, if you just look at those videos in and of themselves, it's really hard to say what you're looking at. It's hard to really say that's a UFO, that's an alien craft, or that's even advanced black budget technology. And so the videos in and of themselves don't do it. But when you combine that with the testimony of the Navy pilots, when you combine that with the radar returns, when you combine that with the history of sightings, right? And this is one of the points Dolan makes a lot, is that not only are we leaving out the experiencers, like you were saying, but we're leaving out the history. These guys are acting like the first sighting was in 2004 with the Tic Tac off the coast of San Diego. It's as if that's the first time we've ever seen a UFO. That same set of descriptions of the Tic Tac have been demonstrated to have popped up all the way back to the 40s and 30s, right? So and it's also a global phenomenon. So I often find it kind of annoying when these guys say, we don't know what it is, right? Because I actually suspect and believe that they do know what it is. They do know that it's most likely alien craft, that it's ET in origin, primarily, many of these sightings. Though I do agree that we have a lot of our own stuff up there, right? So I think that's also a layer to it. But in terms of the testimony in the Navy videos and so forth, Leo Elizondo often asks, God, we just don't know what it is. I actually think he knows, but he's not at a point or a position yet where he can really say. Like even Harry Reid has often said, I know more than what I'm able to say. And it was interesting to see how he had to walk back his comments about the off-road vehicles in the New York Times. They had to come out the next day with kind of a correction where they walked it back a little bit. So there's a very tight rope that they're walking. And the mainstream media is only comfortable with talking with those 4 guys because they've been deemed legitimate in some sense. Though I think, as you've raised, we should be asking ourselves questions given their relationships to the alphabet soup, agencies. But here's the irony. I think given the ways the alphabet soup agencies have been involved with the disinformation, misinformation, and the cover-up for so long, they're actually going to have to be intrinsically involved with the disclosure process, right? I think that's one of the paradoxes and the ironies of this, that in a way, much of the mainstream is not going to believe it's legit unless those agencies are involved in the disclosure in some way. And yet we're going to have to pay attention to the spin they put on that process, right? So it's kind of like we're stuck with them in the disclosure effort. But we can do a lot to kind of, be very awake and aware of the dynamics that are at play.
Well, that's kind of what I'm concerned about. And you mentioned a lot of play there. These NDAs or these top secret clearances that people have in this field, okay, it's just a tease. It's a ruse to those who really want to know. Why even mention it? Okay, we know you can't say anything. We know that you can't give all the information. But this is where it comes down to trust. How do we trust that they have the actual public's best interest in mind? Not just the experiencers, but the public's best interest in mind when it comes to dealing with UFOs.
Yeah, I don't think we can trust that. And in the sense that even if they feel that they have our best interests in mind, I think they're still going to have their agendas, their needs, their orientations, their perspective, right? And so it's it's not to make them nefarious or to say that anything comes out of their mouth is wrong or problematic, but it's just more that they're situated and embedded in the national security apparatus, whether they like it or not, right? And they're influenced and informed by that, and even to the extent that they're fighting against it and trying to move the ball forward in a helpful way for all of us. They're still part of the problem, right? It's just like I, as a white man, am part of the institutionalization of racism and sexism. Like, I'm part of the problem in spite of myself, in spite of the ways in which I try and be aware of that and overcome that and minimize that. But there's all kinds of social, cultural dynamics at play where, in spite of my best efforts, there's still going to be ways in which I fall short of living up to my own ideals of being free from that and helping to create safe places for other people. So in a similar way, these guys with their backgrounds and connections, they're up against some of those same embedded realities, right? So I think we have to sort through, there's their good intentions, and I do feel those guys have good intentions, and I really am cheering them on with what they're doing because I think they're moving it forward. At the same time, I also don't want to let them off the hook, and I want to figure out and try and understand the dynamics at play and the political aspects and the legal aspects and the national security aspects, right? And factor that into my assessment and evaluation of what they're saying and why they're saying it and the timing of why they're saying it, or how other people in the system might be co-opting that. So it's not easy. I don't think it's clear always. And so that's why we have to keep talking about these things. We have to keep having this conversation, you and I and others, to build up our own capacity as a community to discern and discuss and to discriminate, and to also listen to each other who have strong views in one way or another. So there are some people who just hate TTSA, and there's other people who are big fans of them. I think part of the challenge is we need to learn to be in a room where we can all talk to each other in a civil way, even if we have really diametrically opposed views around TTSA and what they're doing, right? And there has to be room for people to have their strong opinions about what that is and isn't. But we as a community, the UFO community and beyond, I think we need to do a better job of being able to take each other's perspectives, seek perspectives of one another, and have more interesting conversations around how do we move this forward collectively to support experiencers, to bring forward the disclosure around the UFO phenomena in both its nuts and bolts and its high strangeness expressions. So I think we all have a lot to do in terms of maturing our capacity for dialogue and conversation in these contexts, because it gets heated. People are intense. They're passionate.
But that also brings up a point about trust. If you don't, for years we've been told we can't trust this part of the community of ufology because of the disinfo. I mean, Richard Doty is a classic example of someone who said his job with the U.S. government was disinformation about the UFO phenomena and to put skepticism and into people's minds about those who came out in public about their research and more so about their experiences. And if we look at the way people are buying into groups like the TTSA today, all right, even though they have accomplished so much positive for the field of ufology, how do we go about gaining trust for those types of people who say they have our best interests in mind?
Yeah, I think it's a process, and it's primarily a dialogical process. And because they have to earn our trust back. And I think part of what's happening though too is that this dynamic of disinformation and misinformation tied in with useful real information, that reflects what I call the doubleness of the UFO phenomena itself. Part of my meta-analysis over the last 2 years has identified over 20 different ways in which the UFO phenomenon as a phenomenon, or how it shows up in the community or community dynamics, or even this topic we're talking about right now with the alphabet soup agencies, is that there's this doubleness where you have truth and lies mixed together. You have a physical craft and an imaginative craft. You have an inside and an outside. You have, an ET and who is a future version of yourself, right? So self and other. It's like there's all these ways in which the phenomenon mixes opposites together. And I call that doubleness because it's like some part of the phenomena is expressing two different, often kind of opposite qualities, right? So I think in a way, it's not surprising that this doubleness would show up right in the core of like this issue, that the paradox that the alphabet soup folks have made it impossible to trust them. And at the same time, we have to trust them in order to support this process going forward, right? So I think it's part of the paradox of inviting us to evolve our own consciousness as a way of holding the complexity of what's being asked of us, right? And so it's not easy. I don't think there are clear paths forward. I think it's a process, and we're fumbling through it. I feel we're fumbling in the right direction. So I feel, but I think the paradox that's involved with what we're just talking about is structurally at its core the same kind of paradox that we find in so many aspects of the UFO phenomenon, right? Like there's a great analysis that Robbie Graham does with his book Silver Screen Saucers, looking at UFOs in film and media and how it's been represented, and how movies, on the one hand, when you see a UFO in a movie you go to, you realize it's fake. But on the other hand, because it's in a movie, you realize it's real, right? So there's a way in which the copy becomes more real than the original. And so and he calls this hyper real, where there's this paradoxical dynamic where when we see these movies, it both lends us to believe that it's fake and it's real. Right. And so there's so many ways in which this kind of doubleness shows up in the UFO landscape. And I don't think I think it's actually a core element of the phenomena, and it's showing up in the context of Lou Elizondo and TTSA and our relationship to them as well.
Okay, so we got 3.5 minutes left with you tonight, and I could ask you so many more questions. What about the threat phenomena? We hear Marco Rubio talking about a threat. We've heard others talk about the threat in the media, other UFO groups out there talking that this is a threat that to United States airspace and the military. Yet from what we know, there has been no actual action towards these craft or from these craft. Are we dealing with a threat phenomena, or is that all part of the military-industrial complex? 3 minutes.
And this is a great example of the doubleness in that, on the one hand, there's not really a threat because, if it was a threat, they would have done something to us a long time ago. Like the fact that, they keep showing up in our airspace, they keep dismantling our nukes, they keep, chasing, cat and mousing our fighter pilots, and yet like there's very little examples of bad things happening. So in that sense, it's not a threat. On the other hand, the TTSA folks, the national security state, has to use the language of threat in order to really make this a topic that's worth discussing. So there's a paradox there where they're having to do that. And then on the other hand, there really is a threat, because it's like, it seems that there are a lot of fatal encounters and negative things that have happened. And it's just the ETs are not necessarily playing by the rules of what we would consider a threat. So there's other ways in which there might be a threat. Like if you look at David Jacobs' research on abductions, like he presents a very strong threat narrative, but it's not the threat narrative that TTSA is advancing, right? It's the hybridization takeover, threat, right? So there's other kinds of potential threat scenarios. But I find, interestingly with Mark Rubio, he recently said in an interview, and this is on camera, you might have even seen it, where he says, I actually am hoping that it's ET and not Russia or China. Like for him, it was a bigger threat if it was Russia or China that's responsible for these UFOs, because then that would signal a leapfrog in technology that would be more concerning than if it was ETs. And I found that very interesting and revealing, and in a way kind of gets to the truth of the matter, that I think we will actually be somewhat relieved to discover it's actually ETs and not China or Russia. Because if it's ETs, then the evidence suggests they've been doing this for 100+ years, and they haven't taken over the world in any demonstrable way, right? So I think the threat narrative is a very interesting aspect. I don't think it's as much of a threat as what the national security state, kind of needs and wants us to think it is. But I also see that as an important narrative for advancing the conversation that eventually gets us to the point to realize it's not a threat, or if it is a threat, it's not a threat in the ways that people are currently framing it as potentially a threat, right? So I think there's a number of paradoxes in all of that, to say the least.
All right. I'm going to get you to have to come back again, because we have a large discussion on this, my friend. We really do.
Good.
Sean Esbjorn-Hargens, thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. I really do appreciate you taking the time, my friend. That was absolutely fantastic, and I would love to do this again. And, keep it up with the good work with the UFOs, because I think you're on to something here, my friend. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Great to be here tonight. Really hope your listeners were engaged, and look forward to coming back and going deeper.
We do too. Coming up next, we have the SOR Newswire and the Thought of the Dave. Stay tuned. Good job, Sean. Give you a little clap here.
Thank you. That's great. You asked a lot of good, tough questions. You're a seasoned interviewer.
Well, I try, and, a lot of my questions may be repetitive, but I mean, we got to find the answers. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't ask the questions, we're not going to get the answers. So I appreciate that, man. I really do. Let's stay in touch.
Absolutely. I look forward to that. And you have a great evening and rest of your week.
You too. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
Bye-bye. Good dude. Good job, Corrence, the booking guy. Good job again. What is happening here? So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Go there. Yeah, there we go. Oh, what happened there? No, we don't want that. There we go. What should we start with tonight? That's a good one. Hey, Justin, how you doing? Hey, Tina Pratt, thank you for coming in. Appreciate that. Mooney, your beard looks marvelous tonight. I can tell. Chris Mo, good to have you here, man. Jarhead, good to see you. Ron everybody take a drink, because Ron erased another message that he typed. Mr. Midnight, I think your point is something that I have said dozens of times on this show. That aliens are non-violent. They would have already done something since they've been here for thousands of years. I agree with you. I totally agree with you on that. All right, we've got about 3.5 minutes here, and I have an itchy ear. The Ronald Penton is here, everyone. The Ronald Penton. Thanks for coming in. Hey, Spring Kyle. Or I'm going to say that looks like Spring Kill. Is that what you're playing there? Yeah, I think you are. I have come to fall asleep to Dave. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sometimes Dave puts himself to sleep. Usually every night. Dave, will you go on the BLB show? Yes, I will. I would love to, man. hit me up privately and let's set a time if it works with my schedule. I would love to come on with you guys. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I was really impressed with them. Excuse me. When do you do your show, Blue Line? Okay, we've got about 45 seconds. Thirty seconds. $7 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes I get Thursdays off where I would be able to do that. Let's see what we can do to figure something out, okay? All right, here we go. Is that a YouTube or podcast thing? Let me know. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, hanging out with all of you from SOR headquarters. I want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. On Twitter, you can follow us at Spaced Out Radio, and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Speaking of the news, it's time. Oh yeah, Captain Shirk has us ready for tonight. The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR Newswire at the back end of every show, where we get to the weird, the strange, the wacky, and sometimes the victorious. Animal welfare organization 4 Paws has got a major victory, as they have shut down a facility and is helping its owners set up sustainable and humane business practices. You know why? That business was raising dogs for dog meat. Oh, just kills me because I love dogs. Love dogs. On August 5th, 4 Paws, a global animal welfare organization shut down a dog meat slaughterhouse in the Kampong Tom province of Cambodia that was critical to the dog meat trade in the country. Along with closing the slaughterhouse, Four Paws rescuers were also able to save the 15 dogs found alive on site. This animal rights victory comes shortly after Cambodian province Siem Reap announced a province-wide ban on the sale and consumption of dog meat. Siem Reap is the first Cambodian province to take this step. Across the country, an estimated 3 million dogs are slaughtered each year for consumption. According to the release from Four Paws, the organization hopes that the Siem Reap's ban and the organization's continued work to end the dog meat trade will lead to a countrywide ban on dog meat sales and consumptions in Cambodia. The slaughterhouse, recently shut down by Four Paws, reportedly killed up to 3,000 dogs each year and served as the largest dog meat supplier in the area. This closure will likely interrupt the dog meat supply to neighboring provinces as well. Four Paws did not leave the former slaughterhouse owners without a livelihood, though. The organization is helping the former owners who express remorse over killing dogs and desperation to get out of the trade, according to Four Paws, build a supply and small grocery store to ensure the owners have a humane and sustainable way to support themselves. Four Paws also removed all of the former slaughterhouse's cages and equipment to help with the transition. The 15 dogs found in the rusty, filthy cages pulled from the slaughterhouse were taken from the facility and brought to Four Paws' local partner charity, Animal Rescue Cambodia. The canines will remain at the rescue, receiving medical care and affection until they are ready to be adopted into loving homes. There is an incredible momentum throughout Cambodia to end the dog meat trade, and we are relieved to see this facility closed for good. We have not just changed the lives of the dogs rescued, but for tens of thousands of dogs that will be spared a horrific death for their meat. We also have been able to be successfully working with the owner of the facility who did not want to be involved in the trade any longer. But the work does not just end with the closure. The coming weeks to months will be critical in providing ongoing medical treatment to the rescued dogs, in addition to the love and care required to help them recover from this traumatic experience, Dr. Catherine Polak says. Yeah, this is awesome. Great. But it doesn't stop with dogs, okay? Now, I'm not a fan of PETA or any place like that, okay? And I am a meat eater, I will say that. But over in Asia, and people from North America go over there, we got to stop the trophy hunting as well. The hunt, or killing wild animals for these so-called ancient medicines for erectile dysfunction, like rhinoceros horns and elephant tusks and tigers for their claws. We got to end that too. We do. How about the pangolin? Almost at extinction right now. All right, because their scales are apparently for traditional medicines. We got to end that too. We have to. Keep putting the pressure on, but this is a victory. Waiting in line can test even the most patient person, but the happiest place on earth can make the longest of queues fly by. All it takes is 3 tricks of the mind. No Disney magic necessary. When you wait for Space Mountain, for example, walls separate riders and twist the queue back and forth. This stops you from grasping the true number of folks ahead, dampening the urge to bow out of a seemingly endless string of people. Once you're committed, Disney Imagineers distract you from the counting the passing minutes, then turn their holdings area into their own experience with dazzling stories and decorations, says Richard Larson, a queuing expert from MIT. When you're entertained, your wait time feels less important. That's a phenomenon called dual task paradigm, where exciting surroundings up the brain's workload. The final mind bender is a time warp, signs on route to advertisement, for instance, a 1-hour wait, but you'll always reach the end before that. Larson calls it a Machiavellian twist, which makes us feel as if we won back minutes when the journey is quicker than we anticipated. Plus, unlike a DMV line, this one ends with a high-speed rocket ship across the galaxy. So that's how they do it. It's all a big mind trick. Now I see where Vegas wins me all the time. Weird story out of the country of Paraguay, where scientists have been investigating how one side of a divided Cerro Lagoon turned purple and began emitting a foul odor months ago, which the other side has remained beautiful blue water. The lagoon, which flows into the city of Limpio, about 10 miles northeast of the capital of Asunción, was split on an embankment and roadway carrying trucks between local factories could be built. Anyways, residents noticed that one side changed color several months ago. The lagoon's fish and birds began dying. They alerted local environmental authorities to investigate. 3 months ago, all the fish died in the lagoon, thousands and thousands of them. Resident Hermina Meza says, the smell was unbearable and we were overwhelmed by flies, and about a month ago, the herons died and it turned a reddish color. Experts suspect pollution from the wall trading SA tannery on the banks of the lagoon to be the cause. Francisco Ferreira, a technician at the National University of Multidisciplinary Lab who took samples, says the color of the water is due to the presence of heavy metals like chromium, commonly used in the tanning of animal skins to produce leather. Rosa Morel, an inspector with the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development, says it is definitely the tannery that pollutes. During a previous visit, experts found a pipe presumably connected to the tannery dumping untreated waste into the lagoon, Morale said. She said authorities are demanding the company to build a treatment plant for the waste. Technicians expect the analysis from the samples taken to take about a week, and lab director Gustavo Brozon says testing was previously delayed due to the COVID-19 outbreak as well. The company, though, denied to speak to the media about this horrific topic. Purple water does not sound appetizing. Looking for a fixer-upper in the realty game? How about a retired nuclear missile silo? Think about that. You're definitely going to survive any type of apocalypse. Not sure if a comet or a giant meteor hit, though. Don't know about that. Apocalypse? Probably. Yeah, during the Cold War, soldiers from the U.S. and the Soviet Union never battled directly, but tensions between the two countries ran high and the threat of nuclear war loomed large. As both parties raced to prepare for a disaster, the U.S. turned its attention to a surprising place, the Great Plains. Between the 50s and 70s, government officials placed more than 1,000 missiles at launch sites scattered through the Dakotas and beyond. One such potential doomsday hideout was the remote Sprint Launcher 4, a Cold War missile launch site and bunker in northeastern North Dakota. Decommissioned in the 1970s, the property has fallen into disrepair over the years. Now, however, its luck appears to be changing. Why? Well, Pfeiffer's Auction and Realty has come by. The lot encompasses 49.48 acres of land, a number of brutalist concrete buildings, a command bunker, and a dual fence. It also houses the remains of 14 launch tubes from Sprint missiles, roughly 30-foot long projectiles named for their short range. The idea was that if the missiles were coming in from the Soviet Union over the Arctic, there were defensive missiles intended to shoot down anyone coming in. Great. That would have happened over Canada here, so we would have got all the fallout. Anyways, remote Sprint Launcher 4 was once part of the Stanley R. Mickelson Safeguard Complex, a multi-billion-dollar network of missile launch sites in North Dakota. Per the reports, it was one of the 4 smaller sites designed to protect nearby Nakoma Base, which boasts an enormous missile control building constructed in the shape of a futuristic pyramid. Leslie Volchenko, a handyman from Mandan in southern North Dakota, purchased the site in 2012, intentions of fixing it up for a doomsday scenario, but he rarely found time to visit the property. Now he's planning to move to Texas, so he is now ready to sell. Volchenko says that the site's remote location has one clear advantage. At night, it's nice. I sit and stare up at the stars. They twinkle. You don't get to see the stars in Madden as much. There's a lot more of them. The area's secluded nature played a key role in attracting the United States government for nearly 50 years. As Keller explains to Atlas Obscura, authorities didn't want curious citizens getting too close. The location was also closer to the Arctic, meaning that missiles had a better shot of reaching their target. Bidding begins online and in person August 11th. As the listings point out, this property will be a fixer-upper Much of the site's outdoor area is overgrown, so you're definitely going to need a weed whacker. And photos of the indoor section show rusting metal, peeling paint, and other signs of disrepair. Where is Bob Vila when you need him? Still, Keller says that the listing has garnered a significant amount of interest from both history buffs and people seeking fallout shelters. You got COVID, you've got civil unrest. I got a call from one guy who thought this would be a great place to have a server farm. It's safe, secure, and tornado-proof, he says. Hey, why not? The auction listing does not include a starting price, but they expect it to go very, very well. Scary incident here. Andrew Grahn didn't hesitate before jumping into action when he saw a massive alligator making its way to his 4-year-old daughter. When I first saw him, the only thing I was thinking of was just getting to my daughter, just getting her out of the way, he said. What his intentions were? Still says, I'm not 100% sure, but I wasn't going to find out. The child was with her brother and a babysitter by a canal by their home in late June in Florida. Grand says that they were fishing and catching crabs when the father spotted the nearly 12-foot gator heading towards them. He ran out, picked up his daughter, had got the babysitter and his son within their home's fence. He said he then threw his daughter over the fence to safety as the alligator neared his feet. He was by far the biggest one we've seen, and in fact, they've never done that before. Usually they keep their distance, just pass by, this was in Texas. The League City, Texas resident said. You don't even know they're there, but this guy's intentions were a little different. The alligator was 11 feet, 7 inches long and weighed close to 600 pounds. He was just so big that if he had jumped out, he would have broken the fence. He was just that heavy. But as the father quickly entered into the home's fence, the alligator retreated, came back several times. This lasted for like 20 or 30 minutes. He called the game warden, who said the scenario was unusual as alligators usually like to stay away from people. The alligator eventually disappeared and didn't make another entrance until Grande's daughter came out to the fence with her father. Soon, the alligator hunter that the family had called made their way to the home where the eventual alligator was captured with the help of several people. 5 hours after Grande first saw the gator, he was taken alive and relocated to Gator Country, who told the brave father they were excited to receive the animal because they had most of their alligators they lost most of their alligators when Hurricane Harvey hit. At some point, Grand says he plans to take his children to Gator Country to see the gator once again. How scary is that? You know, sometimes good things can come from Alberta, like this one. If the pandemic is keeping you from heading to your local watering hole, an Edmonton company will bring the pub to you. Brad Dick is the owner of Bounceroo Party Rentals. He's been setting up bouncy castles in people's yards for the last 19 years. But his latest inflatable, well, it's not for kids at all. No, in just a few minutes, it inflates to reveal an old-style country pub. This is one of our smaller backyard-sized inflatable pubs. It's a great alternative to maybe a tent or something for your event to give it kind of an old, warm charm or English pub feel, he says. Inside, there is a faux fireplace to help set the mood. It's kind of cozy. You've even got the fireplace and a mantle and windows, set up a few tables, and there, boom, maybe a good place to serve your drinks. Dick offers 3 styles of inflatable pubs. This one is a perfect size for the backyard. The other 2 are roughly twice the size, he says. They're gaining popularity thanks to the pandemic. People are doing more home events, definitely. We had a family earlier in the season who had a trip planned to Ireland, and because COVID, they weren't able to go. So we were able to bring a little old Irish pub style right into their backyard. Jackie Shar rented the pub for a family birthday gathering. We could have a bouncy castle. You could have anything else, but a pub? You can't beat a pub. We're from England and we miss home, so what better way to have than to have a pub in your backyard? She says it looks like just every other pub in the UK. All we need now is a river running through and the canal boats going up and down. That would be great. They even added flowers in around the entrance and chairs next to the fireplace to make it feel like home. Yeah, we'll do a village next time and we'll have everything out there, perhaps something for the children too. Yes. Inflatable pubs, people. This is where we are. Thank you to COVID-19. How beautiful is that? The first beavers to live naturally in the wild in England for over 400 years have been given the green light to stay after a 5-year trial showed their dam building activities were good for wildlife and for people. Beavers, semi-aquatic vegetarian mammals, were hunted to extinction in Britain more than 4 centuries ago because people wanted their meat, fur, and castoreum, a secretion that was used in medicine and perfumes. But in 2013, a family of beavers was found to be living on the River Otter in Devon and a rural country area in England. It is not clear where the beavers came from, and at first they were threatened with eviction. Instead, they're now allowed to stay for 5 years under a trial spearheaded by the Devon Wildlife Trust charity, which studied their behavior and impact on the environment. The beavers thrived, successfully breeding and dispersing through the river's catchment area. They have built 28 dams and are now estimated to consist of 15 family groups. The 5-year trial found that the other creatures, such as fish, insects, birds, and water voles, had benefited from the presence of the beavers, who enhance wetland habitats. Their dams have also reduced the risk of flooding to some human homes. As a result, the government announced the beavers would be allowed to stay permanently, expanding their range naturally, the first legally sanctioned reintroduction to England of an extinct native mammal. This is the most groundbreaking government decision for England's wildlife for a generation, said Peter Burgess, Director of Conservation at Devon Wildlife Trust. Beavers are nature's engineers and have the unrivaled ability to breathe new life into our rivers and wetlands. Good for the beaver. Who says a good beaver doesn't do a lot of good things? Thought of the Day happens every night at this time, where we ask a question on our Facebook and Twitter pages, then read your responses on the air because we love the audience participation around here. Today's Thought of the Day is as follows. Why in today's ufology are we believing ex-spooks will lead us to an honest disclosure? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Do 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 do. All right. Where should we start here? Where should we start? Marty, another weirdo-looking clown, almost looking like Carl. You know. Thanks, Marty, for the clown. One of our favorite veterans who listens to this show. Let's go with Canadian Joe. Maybe if the government spooks are leading us to disclosure, we need to be asked why. 1, I believe nothing I hear and half as much as I see. I haven't seen any proof from these ex-spooks. They're milking the paranormal cash cow. By the way, have any of them actually produced a paycheck stub for any of the alphabet agencies? Judith. That would be like having faith in the government, Dave. Matt. I'm one of the gray-haired guys who's been following this topic for a long time. Used to be people begging for people on the inside to come out and tell us. One of them has, in Luis Elizondo, and for some reason, people are looking a gift horse in the mouth. Little Richie G from Goof On. Because mainstream media says we should. The New York Times says they are a credible source, and we know that's not true anymore. It's out of control media sensationalism to believe this and retract. Shampoo, rinse, and repeat. Never going forward. Spookles, what are you talking about? My exes aren't honest? Tom, their background should be noted, but what evidence is there that they have nefarious motives? What have any of them done that is objectionable? Nathan, I've never believed that. They are trained in deception and subterfuge. It'll take another or other people or actual aliens to tell us the truth. Julianne, in fact, most of all ex-spooks was debunked, so I am expecting a crisis about us humans that will reach cosmic attention like never before. John, because they are the only ones legally allowed to do so. Craig, I always thought Jimmy Wilcox and co. were going to do it. You mean people that actually worked in the government, or these programs are experts? Say it ain't so, Dave. And let's go to ET UFO disclosure. Because ufologists can't figure out the humanoid ET living among us, and complicit earthlings are helping them subnate the public to make them complacent for disclosure. Collie. Exactly, Dave. Follow the Pied Piper. Cosmic. Well, they actually seem to be more honest than many ufologists. Well, that's true. Andy. Because we got nothing else. Tristan. Honest can only be firsthand. Self-disclosure 2020. Final word goes to Dominic. Yes, and zero maybe clean bill of health for 100 years each human, any job, make it happen. I don't know what that means, but we're running with it. All right, we got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone participating in our chat rooms on Spreaker, YouTube, LGAB, Rev Radio, Facebook, Space Travelers Club on our website, and all the snarkers and snarkettes at hashtag Spaced Out Radio on Twitter. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, say it with me, we're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train may have docked for the night, but tomorrow, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. Good show, everyone. That's a good show, everyone. Solid night tonight. Thank you, Corrance. You did amazing tonight again. Again. I don't know how you keep pulling these tricks out of your hands, but man, are you getting us some good guests, brother. Good. You know what? I figured it out why. I figured out how. It's the power of the mustache. Hell yeah, Roy. Hell yeah. Take us home, brother. Yeah, let's go for beers now, Roy. Let's do this thing. Hell yeah. Let's see here. Let's go like this. Let's go like this. Oh, that's good stuff. Good stuff tonight, people. Very good stuff. Very good stuff tonight. Quest doesn't know this yet, but I think he's going to join us on our roundtable at the end of the month. He doesn't know this yet. Somebody may have to tell him, see if he's available. I'll be back, guys. All right. Let us start some editing. Solid show tonight. Hey, Justin, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Where in Washington State or in the Pacific Northwest are you? Are you near Bellingham? Linden? Whereabouts are you? That's really nice. Thank you. Thanks, John. Appreciate that. Where is it? Is that it way over there? Oh, weird. Okay, where is this? We know that's there. Cut that. So we should be around here. It's the beginning. Now we gotta listen. Right there you go.
Bumblefoot hot sauce.
Oh, weird. Okay. Works for me. Oh, Rainier, Oregon, actually, but I travel all around. Oh, that's kind of cool, Justin. I'm glad we can help you out with that, man. Thank you for being part of the family here, man. You like mountaineering in those areas or what? This one too. Weird. Maybe not. Is that it?
Would you like to connect with us?
Oh, wow.
Head to Spaced Out Radio.
That's kind of cool. Hey, Steam Train Mark. How's later today looking? Am I alive later today? You got to fill me in first, man. Oh, shoot. Forgot to put that in. Let's see. Mark answering your questions. What do you guys want to know? Okay, thanks, Roy. Don't tell Quest about the round table, but Quest will have to. I got to make sure that Quest messages me about that, because when it gets close to round table week, I always panic and I forget. Okay, cool. One second here, guys. Don't save. All right. You wanted to know about my experiences. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? You guys pick the topic and I'll tell you what happened with me. Hey, Nicken, how you doing, man? Carl, who is Carl? Good first question. Bomber has the first question, actually. Sasquatch. Okay. When I was going through my opening in 2013, working with my guru, Pascal, I'd been seeing a lot of shit, a lot of shadow people, a lot of ghosts. Excuse me. Been working on my channeling, everything like that. And the UFOs had started kind of coming around, and just had this feeling that we were going to see Sasquatch. And I thought, he goes, well, when do you see it happening? And I remember this was May. And I said, I have a feeling it's going to happen in July. Well, July came and went, didn't happen. And that in September, around September 10th, 2013, what happened there? My friend on his property, he had a lot of weird shit happening on his property. And he was asking me about if I wanted to go way in the backwoods of his field so he could show me where he had this weird paranormal experience as a kid. And I said, yeah, sure, let's do this. And long story short, we walked back in the forest. We walk about a couple hundred yards into the forest, and we come across this tree that's probably about that round, and it's healthy, but it was snapped at 8 feet high. And jokingly, I said, Sasquatch, and I knew very little about Sasquatch, and not that I know a lot today, but I know a hell of a lot more today than I did back then. But in the little stuff that I did know, I had mentioned to him that Sasquatch had been known to snap trees it was believed as it was a sign of territory and or markings along trails. So this tree was snapped off at about 8.5 feet. It was fresh. There was the bark was still attached to both now the stump and the tree that had fallen over. And it was just really, really odd. So I said to him, I think this is something to do with Sasquatch. So anyways, we looked around there for a few minutes, and then we decided to keep going. We'll walk like another 20, 30 feet. And it totally felt like we were being watched. And so as we were watching this and looking around, we started, if we were looking due north, so picture a clock, we're looking at 12 o'clock. There's this fir tree that is probably 100 feet away from us. And in the shadows at the bottom of the fir tree, it really looked like there was something staring back. And it weirded us out because he could see it, I could see it. And it was like peering, like all of a sudden it would stick out and then go back behind the tree, and then it would stick out, look at us, go back up behind the tree, and it would stick out a little bit, just show us like one eyeball, and you could see the shoulder, and then it would pull back, but the shoulder would still be there, and then it would stick its head out again. And we watched this for about 5 minutes. His name is Dave as well. He a pretty spiritual guy, and he says to me, he goes, he goes, let's leave them be, and let's just go. So I said, okay. So we just kind of waved and waved at it, said, thank you for showing us. And we go to turn. So I turned kind of to the right. And as I'm turning to the right at about 1:30 on that clock, about 75 feet away, that's where I saw the second one walk right through. There was this tree branch that was just shaking, like profusely. And that's when I saw the second one walk right through where that tree was shaking. And I got a full right side and back profile up to the back of the head. This thing was about 7-8 feet tall, like 350, 400 pounds. There was no neck. The fur was like a brownish red. It was beautiful, just beautiful. And anyways, that was my Sasquatch encounter. And then a few days after that, we went back to the place, and we were doing a perimeter walk because they had a lot of paranormal activity around there. We walked to the backfield, and they had this pond, and it sounded like there was like big rocks being thrown into this pond. And so we decided to keep going towards the front of the house. We at this point we're way back behind the house in the old what would have been a horse pen that is overgrown, and we're walking, and we get to the back of the house. We get halfway down the house towards the front, and I kind of stop and I turn around because I just had this feeling that we were being followed, and it was weird. And so I stopped, and behind the house, they had this old dark cherry tree that stood probably 25, 30 feet high. Well, at the base of the tree, at the ground to about 10 feet up, there was like this pixelation, where the little squares that they put to cover someone's face to digitalize it so you can't tell their identity. Well, that's what it looked like, and it was from the ground up. And I said to the group of, there was 3 other people with me, I said, do you see that pixelation over there by the tree? Well, 2 of the 4 people couldn't see it. Only myself and another person could. And it was just standing there. So the other 2 were like, no, we can't see it. Let's just keep going. So we walked to the front of the house, and as quickly as we walked to the front of the house, we get roared at by this Sasquatch, like right behind us. It was absolutely freaky, completely freaky. All the hair on our bodies stood up on all 4 of us, and we're like, let's get inside right now. So that was my Sasquatch encounter back in 2013. It happened a few days apart. Hold on. Who just arrived here? I saw you. Where are you? Vector. Yes. How you doing, man? Good to have you back. I thought that was your logo. So that was my Sasquatch story. Carl. Oh, that's why I had it up there. Carl. Who is Carl? On April 20th, 2015, I started my show. It was only a 2-hour show back then. And I started my show as I normally would. Harvey Kraft was my guest. And Harvey was talking about Buddha, of all topics. And my old studio was a converted bedroom beside my front door in my old house. Not very soundproof at all. I always have one of those houses where I always wanted everybody to be welcome. So I ended up, it would be nothing if we had friends come over at like midnight, or not usually midnight, but sometimes, but usually 9, 10 o'clock, and just to hang out. It was just kind of the cool thing that we did with our friends. And so anyways, on this particular night, it was like day 3 or 4, I had forgotten to turn my outside lights on. And I'm somebody who I always turn my outside lights on, especially not so much now, but when I lived down there, I did. And anyhow, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. So if I'm facing my computer screen here, my window would be like 4 or 5 feet away, right over here. Less than 5 feet. So probably more than 4 feet. Okay. And so I saw something move out of the corner of my eye out the window. And I kept talking, and all I could think of in my head was, oh shit, someone is here. I'm doing the radio show, and this isn't good. This isn't good at all. My dogs are going to bark when they get to the door. If they ring the doorbell, that's not going to make for good radio. I had a little Chihuahua Dachshund cross, and anytime somebody knocked at the door, that was 20 minutes worth of barking. And it was just ridiculous, whether she knew them or not. And anyways, I noticed after a few minutes that there was no doorbell ring. There was no knock at the door. There was no dogs barking. So we're about 17 minutes into the show, and I could still see something moving out of the corner of my eye out the window. So I put my microphone on hold. I twist my chair like this to look out the window, and staring back at me is an alien gray who looked like this. Hold on. It looked like that. I don't know if you can see that properly or not, but there. Oop. Yeah, like that. See, we're getting a good view. Anyways, hold on. Let me see if you're going to get a good view here, because I'm checking now. Yeah, good. Anyways, so I did what any man would do. I screamed, and I fell back in my chair, and I immediately jumped up to see who it was, what it was, where did it go, because it was, by the time I jumped up, it was gone from the window. And as quick as everything happened, I would have seen somebody running, past my vehicles in my driveway or across my lawn or whatever. I saw nothing. This thing was just gone. So I contacted R. Keith Andrews, and him and I were kind of talking about it. And he's like, well, you shouldn't be surprised. Look what you do on the radio. I said, yeah. That kind of makes sense, and that was it. That was it. And so I just figured he needed a name, so I named him Carl. So that's how Carl came to be the mascot of Spaced Out Radio. Yeah. So that's what happened there. Next question. I got a few minutes here. I wish it was Richie G pulling a prank on me, but at that time I didn't know Richie G. And barely anybody knew outside of a couple of people. Barely anybody knew that I actually did the radio show of my personal life. So that's what happened. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Next question. Have I ever seen a ghost? Yes, numerous ghosts. Numerous ghosts. Let me see if I have any photos here that I can share with you. I can't even. What am I doing here? Let's go over here. 1 second here. Okay, I gotta open up this page. That's what I need to do. Give me 2 seconds here. See if I can find any good photos. I'll save this one. That's a good one. Best photos I have are from my ghost tour. All right. I'm just downloading a few of them here, so just bear with me for a second. Where's the main photo here? Let's go back. That one might be tough for you guys to see. Wonder where the main photo was. Let's go back here. Mm-hmm. All right, so bear with me here. I'm going to show you guys a set of photos here. I'll expand that. And this photo is, after you've looked at it here for a few seconds, if you look straight ahead, you will see a door. You'll see the outline of the white door, which is actually gray. Now, this photo was taken by Mike Morin and Jeff Webster from Haunted Crew of Canada, otherwise known as Merle. And they were using an SLS camera that turns everything pink. And there was one photo inside that did not go pink, and it was this one. So you see the main door straight ahead of you, and then there's the old spinning wheel to the left, and there's another doorway to the left. If you look above the spinning wheel, and I don't know if you guys could see it too clearly on your angle, but you will actually see the head of an alien gray standing there, staring back at Jeff, who took the photo. Now, we have done tests on this photo, and we have checked the wood pattern on the wall behind where the gray would be standing. There is nothing that that would indicate that there are black eyes staring back. So let me see if I can blow that up a little bit more. There you get a better, closer look at it. Yeah. All right, so there's that one. This one will be pretty fun. See the lady? Kind of obvious. Yeah, that door was open. So there's the lady. And which one? I'll show you the other window here. This is the another window. There's two of them there. See the one guy waving? It's kind of cool, actually. That one's kind of cool. Let's get rid of that one. Oh, what else do we got here? See if I got them all. Oh, this one's really cool. I'll show this one first. That one is fucking amazing. That's our shadow guy at the bottom of the barn. The red light at the top is actually an exit sign. And there's he's standing against a wooden door staring at our tour group. It's one of the cowboys that hangs out in the barn. He's kind of cool. This next one is my favorite one. Find the ghost. If you haven't seen this picture already, find the ghost. Now, if you have seen this photo, if you've seen this photo before, keep it quiet. If you haven't, where's the ghost? If you know the person who took this, then you must be from my area, Springkill. So let's zoom it in a little bit. These pictures were all taken by people on the tour. So the guy at the bottom of the stairs, you can see his head where he's kind of looking to at about 3 o'clock. That's a human. It's the guy on the stairs and the orb person behind him. Now, one second. Gibberish King, no, it wasn't a liberal that timed you out. We don't do any political statements here. Okay, so let's not make accusations on your fellow Republican who plays by my rules on keeping the chat room absolutely clean, dude. Okay? So no political stuff in the chat room. That is under my rules, which, by the way, I am a conservative up here in Canada, not a liberal. So let's not keep the liberals' comments going. All right? Thank you. Anyways, so this guy here actually attacked me because not on this night. This photo was taken by a retired school teacher who only came on the tour because she didn't believe in the paranormal. But her friend watches a bunch of the television shows and really wanted to do my tour. And we always encourage our tour guests to take photos. And that's the photo that she caught. All right. Who are you, Springkill? I need to know. Now I'm curious. So we don't allow people up on the deck there anymore. All right. So that's kind of cool. Now the really cool part was when we got that photo, there was nobody on the stairwell, and a couple months later, we got him again. So there, that white flash is an orb, and you can see the similarities in his face right there. As we got him photographed again. It was after that photograph was taken that he got really pissed off and he attacked me, and he attacked my buddy Mark at a different time. And so we had to go make peace with him. Spring kill. Well, I have a couple people, I think. And if you are who I think you are, I love you. So, anyways. That's who we are. So that's the second photo of the same guy. The first one was taken upstairs of the barn on the second floor. This one was taken on the entry level of the barn. He attacked one of my fellow tour guides. She has never gone back in that barn since. And really screwed her up. And it was then I had to. She actually got called upstairs, and she was freaking out. And I kind of followed her because I just had this sick feeling that there was something going on that I needed to go up there with her. And when I was about 18 inches away from her face, and she watched his face morph out of my head right in front of her. Yeah. So that's when he attacked me, because I turned my back against him. So I had to get cleaned very quickly, and thank goodness there was a shaman on site who helped me get rid of the spirit after about, it was a good 35 minutes. Yeah, wasn't fun. Oh, those currents, those photos are very, very real. Very, very real. It's kind of cool. Kind of really, really cool. So yes, I've seen ghosts. Moonstone. Does Martin ever talk to anyone? Who's Martin? Oh, that Martin. I think Martin just enjoys being here, like most of us. Have a good morning, Vector. Thank you for keeping us hanging out with us, man. Take care. That is fucking awesome, Cords. Just friggin' awesome. Got time for a couple more questions before I'm going to head off to bed here. So fill your boots, people. Fill your boots. Let's do this. Martin's good people. I heard he's one of the only men out there that can make Crocs look stylish. Just saying. Oh, fuck. What was that? Ow. My ankle is hurting all of a sudden. Do you believe in the spirit box? PBR, my honest answer on that is I don't know. There are some times when I do, when I think that's like too close to just say it was coincidental. A lot of times I believe it is audio pareidolia. But I think for people who are really, really intuitively or psychically connected, I do believe that they hear more than what we are hearing. Nikki is a prime example of that. She hears amazing stuff coming out there. For me, the only thing that kind of convinced me was I heard my last name on there. Like for people who don't know, Scott is my middle name. Okay, I keep my last name kind of private because I just want to make sure that I have some amount of privacy in my life. And so I heard my real last name, and in my province here, there's only maybe 30 people with the same last name. So it was a little too coincidental, but I've never heard. Or the night where we were trying to get a hold of Carl, see where Carl the alien was, and all of a sudden the Close Encounters of the Third Kind theme came up. That was kind of really weird as well. But I'm just not a I'm just not very convinced. But then again, I've been in areas with Bill Hauser where there are no radio signals out where we are. And all of a sudden you hear this intelligent voice phenomena come through answering questions. And it's stuff that I've heard. So that's it. Bomber, what's the craziest Sasquatch story you've ever heard? Probably the Sierra Sounds by Ronald Moorhead. Probably for myself was when Merle, myself, and Little Marky Spender were out in the forest at Flight 21. And we heard talking, and then we were surrounded. We never saw them, but were they close. They were so close. It was awesome. Freaky now looking back at it, but it was awesome for the time. Oh, PBR. Speaking of ghost boxes, when we were out at Flight 21 with Bill, we actually got a name, and the name was of a lady who was killed on Flight 21. And so we took that name, and when we researched it afterwards, that's how we found out that she was actually killed on the flight, because we got the name. And so it so happens that my father-in-law was a bush pilot and knew the lady because when they lived up in the Yukon, he would fly supplies to her small town, and that's how he got to know her, and she was killed on that flight. So the fact that name in that area came through was more than just coincidental. So that was kind of cool. Springkill, can you tell if someone's a psychic or not just by their presence? Yes. At least I can. I have a very innate sense about that. I do. Just the way they handle themselves. You pick up on little impressions and stuff. Moonstone, have you ever had something follow you home from paranormal investigations? Yes. spirit named Willie who was pissed off that we did the ghost tour and hated the ghost tour and wanted us to go away. He came home with me one night. That was a good brawl. I had to bring him some beer and apologize. So we had beer together. True story. Let's see. Any other questions? No, Willie never opened the beer. I was hoping he would, but he didn't. Any more questions? Because it's getting to that witching hour for me where I got to get ready for bed because I got to work in the morning. And we're already past the 4-hour mark. I opened the beer for him. Sleep. Yes, sleep is coming, man. Sleep is coming. Not gonna lie. It's gonna feel good. What is the TTSA's purpose? Oh, PBR, such a good question, man. I have no fucking clue. No clue what their purpose is. I honestly wish I knew. I don't know. I really don't know what their purpose is. Thank you, Bombshell Bomber. I am Davey-licious. Yes, I am. My Bigfoot gifting site, we're going to probably go back there this weekend and see what is up there. I don't know what the hell's going on up there. I don't. I really don't. But there is some stuff going up there. You doing anything for Lionsgate? No. No, I am not. All right, Justin, you have a good night. I'm going to log off here because I am done. I am done. You know what? We're going to do it all again tomorrow. Our Keith Andrews. You stink, little Cam. You stink. Your 300 seconds is up, man. Your 300 seconds is up. You stink. You eat poo. I'm just joking with you. Anyways, let's have some fun. Let's have a good time. Tomorrow night, we're going to do it all again. And R. Keith Andrews, the ET Connection, be prepared for the power woo tomorrow. And Steam Trade, you enjoy your Friday. I guess you're going into Friday evening here. So you enjoy that. And we will talk to you soon.